Yes, hello and welcome. This is the. Oh, okay. No, I'm saying I have a thing in my head set up and I forgot it. Bah. This is the fourth and final episode of the question arcs to Umineko. This is the end of the Rondo, the Witch and Reasoning. Until we start the second game. But yes, this is. Oh, I'm so excited! Are you excited? Please tell me you're excited. I want to know you're excited. How's everybody's day today? I didn't really do that much today. I was supposed to. Oh, sorry, hit that microphone. I was supposed to do a couple edits and images making, schedule making. But I basically just stayed in bed most of the day and was watching the Friday the 13th show. So I'm almost halfway done with season 1 of that show. Because season 1 and 2 are 26 episodes. Season 3 is 20 episodes. So about 74 episodes altogether. And I'm liking it so far. I really am liking it. It's a little slow. It's not the best quality, but I like the characters, and it has a charm to it. So I'm probably going to try to finish season 1 tomorrow, start season 2 on Tuesday, and try to finish throughout the weekend, but I might be really busy on the weekend, so I'm not sure. But, let's start this. Let's start this. So this one's going to be really fun. We're going to meet a whole bunch of new characters this time. Lady Lambda Delta and Burn Castle will be a lot more active. Anji will be a fun character too. Anji. And a couple other ones I want to say, if I remember correctly. Or does that not happen until episode 5? Or episode 6? I don't think Anji's in episode 5. He doesn't come back to like episode 6. And then episode 8? I don't know. This is so much information for this story. Okay, here we go. Episode 4. Alliance of the Golden Witch. Good morning. How shocking that you haven't been forced into surrender even now. By this point, even I am forced to accept a lot from you. Not all the game takes place on the board. How about taking a little peek at the outside this time around? They say that if you know your enemy, you need not a fight. A second. They say if you know your enemy, you need not fight 100 battles. The difficulty level depends on you. The manner in which you fought up until now will greatly influence the difficulty of this game. Alright, let's go. We're gonna start the 4th game! Wait, the story is fictitious? I didn't know about it. Why did no one tell me that so far? I thought this was all based on true events. Or a true lie. A true fantasy. The helicopters in here. October 4th, 1986. The first day. This mission audio is good. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is what we saw this in episode 1. They're taking that plane from that one part of Japan to get to the docks.
大丈夫かバトラ君
It's Hideyoshi! You're right there, Battler kind. I'm gonna turn the audio up a little bit.
もう地上やでこれ以上は落ちへんで
You can't fall any further than that. That's kind of like too loud. Maria! She's so cute.
落ちる
Wow! Wow! know what's she doing. In the lobby of the Nijama airport, Maria dashed around in excitement. Battler's uproar on the plane must have been hilarious.
Kora, Maria!
Hey, Maria!
いい加減にしなさい。
Get that out!
ごめんね、バトラ君。
Sorry, Battler-kun.
気を悪くしないで
Please
ね。
don't take it badly.
情けねえ
What
男
a
だな、お
pathetic
前は。
guy you are.
でけえ図体し
Even
て
that huge body.
相変わらず
Still
乗り
can
物はダメなのか
handle
よ。
vehicles?
うるへ
Shut up!
人間誰し
No
も
humans have one or
苦手な
two
もんの一つ
things
や
that
二つ
can handle.
あるもんだぜ。
Yeah, motion sickness is awful.
バトラ君。今度おばさんと一緒に海
Maybe
外
you
旅行
can
に行
with
き
your
ましょう
aunt
よ。
on an overseas trip sometime soon. Why, Ava? Why you gotta be like that?
ヨーロッパとか行かない？
How about Europe?
半日も飛行機に乗
I'm
って
sure
れ
you
ばきっ
could
と
manage
ご
a
夫婦
half
で
a
き
day
る
trip
わ
on
よ。
a plane.
母さんもよしなよ。
Stop it, mother.
バトラ君の乗り物嫌い
Battler's
は
guns, it's like for vehicles, it's probably genetic.
ああ、アスムさんの？
Oh, you mean Asumi-san?
あいつどうい
For
う
some
わけか
reason,
乗り物系がダメ
She's
で
just gonna handle vehicles. Huh, that doesn't really make quite much sense, does it?
自転車と
Pretty
車
much
以外は
anything other than a
ほぼダメだったぜ。
bicycle or a car.
どこか遠
Whenever
出
we
しよう
tried
と
to
する
go
と
far away, that
あれは
woman was so
ダメだ、これは
annoying
ダメ
with the not this, not that.
怖い怖い
I'm
落ちる
scared,
落ち
I'm
る
scared.
ギャーギャー
Oh,
と
fuck.
うるせえ女だったさ。
子供は
Children
親が
tend to
苦手がる
learn
も
that
のを危
things
険
that
だ
their
と学ぶ
parents
ものです
can't handle are dangerous.
きっとバトラ君は
I'm sure Battler
アスム
Kun's
さんのそういうと
Asumi-san
ころを
doing
見て
something like that
乗り
and
物は
learned that
怖いものだと
vehicles are
覚えて
scary.
しまったんでしょうね。
アスムさん
So,
の遺伝子ってわ
it's
けかしら。
Asumi-san's genes then, is it?
さあ
Oh no!
だとしたら
Those
迷
these
惑な
are
遺伝子
pretty
だ。
annoying genes. He's not talking about the dead woman like that.
アスムの話はよせ。
Oh, thank you, Rudolph. He actually did something nice for a change.
今ここにいるのはお前だ。
Right now, you're the one who's here,
そうだ。
right?
そうね。
You're right.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. No. It's actually shocking to see these two act like a loving couple.
おい、はい上がった
Hey,
で。
the cars are here.
ちょうど3台や。
Exactly, 3 of them.
乗るで、
Get
乗
in,
るで。
get in.
落ちる落ちる。パラシュートどこ？
Where's the parachute? Parachute?
こんにゃら
Why, you little...
待て待
Hold
て
on,
待
hold
ちやがれ
on. Stop right there.
くすぐりの
I'll
刑にそう
sentence
して
you
や
to
る
the little girl tickle punishment. Oh, the screen's all shaky shake.
元気で
Being
いいわ。
high is such a wonderful thing.
バトラ君とマリアちゃんがいてくれなかったら、機内の空気はさぞや硬かったでしょうね。
ありがとうよ。
Thanks.
言葉通りの
Oh,
意味
so
で受
you
け取っ
mean
た
that
ぜ。
literally.
ほら、
Hey.
ガキども、
Rats.
タクシー来
The
てるぞ。
taxis are here.
お遊びは
You
後
can
にし
layer
ろい。
in later. Oh, she's so cute.
タクシータクシー。マリア一番乗り。こら、
Hey,
マリアもバトラ君ももうは
you
しゃがない。
too, Butlercun. Stop fooling around.
人にぶつかるわ
You'll
よ。
bump into someone. The tone of Aunt Rosa's voice grew a little frightened. When even Battler realized they were fooling around a bit too much, just as suspected, he bumped into someone.
お、
Oh, sorry.
すみません。バトラ君たちはあっちの
Butlercun,
車だよ。
you guys are going in that car?
待たせちゃってるよ。
We're keeping them waiting. After George urged him to hurry on, Battler apologized to the person he had bumped into and ran up to his parents, who were telling him to come quickly. With a clucking sound, the doors on the 3 taxis were shut one after another, and they departed for the harbor. So, we're getting like a little small recap of the first episode. As their taxis dashed away, the entire world grew suddenly dull and slowed to a halt. Wait, what? Why? Why? What's happening? Voices, the wind, and even sound. All of it stopped, and all the people who were trying to move froze like the instant someone takes a photo, coming to a halt. People and machines and clocks' hands, even the dust dancing in the wind, were frozen. Some people who were walking froze with one leg still in the air. Scrapes of paper dancing in the wind were pinned in mid-air, frozen in place. Then among the shadows standing still in the unmoving world, a single one stirred. What is it? What is it? What is it? Auntie! 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 It was a girl. The girl Battler had just bumped into. Though she had moved, it was a truly subtle thing. Her gaze dropped, her shoulders lowered in a minuscule amount, and she sighed. That was all. In a normal world, that probably wouldn't even be taken as movement. But in this world, it looked very out of place. Then, something else moved. It was a black cat, wandering around the shadows near the taxi rank. Lady Burncastle! It came right up behind the girl, and leisurely changed its form into that of a human. Well, human's a strong word. This was no cat. It was a witch. Of course, the girl was also a witch. As the witch stood still, her gaze still downcast, she muttered, I can't stop everyone from going to Rokkenjima, can I? You cannot. On October 4th, 1986, you are not here. Oh, okay. If I were, would stopping everyone really have been possible? Well, I can't imagine what a 6-year-old girl could do to make them turn back. Still, that's right. If you were in this place, the probability wouldn't have been zero. Whenever a probability greater than zero, I can seek out a miracle. If I hadn't been sick, and they hadn't left me behind. With her head facing downwards, the witch tightened her fist. They were trembling very slightly. You were sick in bed, starting October 3rd, 1986. And Beto's game board sealed off, starting October 4th. You're not given a chance to avoid getting sick. In other words, it will only be absolutely impossible for you to enter her game board. Thanks for being patronizing. I know that. I know that just seeing father, mother, and Oni-chan healthy like this, even that alone is a spectacular miracle. Angie had tried to stand in the way of her family, attempting to stop them from leaving the airport and heading towards Rokkenjima. However, it was impossible for her to exist on October 4th, 1986, so she couldn't do it. even though her brother had only bumped into her and apologized. Even though he hadn't realized she was his own little sister. It had been such a miracle that she could cry. It's okay, Angie. Let the tears out, girl. You need to do it once in a while.
嫌味を言ってごめんなさ
Sorry
い。
about the sarcasm.
私はあなたにも
I
らった
always
奇跡を
the miracle
無駄に
you've
なんかし
given
ない
me.
わ。頼もしいわね。
I'm glad to hear it.
さあ、彼らと一緒に行きましょう。
Let us go with them
六軒島へ。
to Rokunojima.
駒たちがもうすぐすべて
All
揃
the
う。
pieces are nearly gathered.
第4のゲームが幕を開
The
ける。
curtain will open on the fourth game.
ベアともバトラも。も
By
う
this
席に
time,
ついてる頃よ。
Beto and Battler will already be seated
六軒島へ。
to Rokunojima.
私の、
To where my,
いや、
no,
みんなの運命を
to
変
where
えた。
everyone's fates change.
1986年
The
10月4日の
Rokunojima
六軒島へ。
of October 4th, 1986. What happened on that day? I'll expose it. I'll learn what it is. And I'll bring them back. As she stood there with her fists still clenched, she surely turned her face up to the heavens. A single teardrop from the depth of her eyes dripped down into the air. And when time started moving again, the two witches' figures were swallowed up by a blowing gale and erased in an instant. Oh, that sounds like the typhoon that we all know and hate. Oh, God! Okay, we get anime opening, we get anime openings. Okay. I actually know this opening pretty well. Rondo, the witch and reason. Is it allowing you guys in? Opening theme. I cannot pronounce that. And there is one good English cover. I can't remember what was that. Oh, look at all the characters. They're so cool. Everything we've seen so far in the past episodes. The darn Jester sisters. Eva. Oh, where's Maria? Oh, they're by herself. Rondo of the Witch in Reason. Huh. This is the gold room. The gold room.
おはようございますお嬢様
Renove! Good morning, milady. Oh. Where's that going?
これは上機嫌なご様子
Oh, it's okay. Now turn the audio back up just a smidge. My, you do appear to be in a good mood.
快適なお目覚めのようです
What a
な
pleasant awakening you seem to have had.
快適な目覚めどころか。
What do you mean pleasant awakening?
ワクワク
You're
し
so
て。
excited.
一睡もでき
I
なか
can
った
sleep
ぞ。
awake
何しろ。
after
楽しい
the
楽し
curtain
い
is
第
rising
4のゲー
on
ム
the
の幕開けだからな。
fun fourth game. It seems that she truly had been so excited that she hadn't gotten any sleep. Did she show absolutely no signs of lacking sleep because she was young, or because she had the mind of a little kid? Renove chose not to say that aloud, and laughed poof instead.
前回はバトラのやつ
I really ran that
徹底的
battle
に
into the
ケチョン
ground
ケチョン
next
にしてやっ
time.
たあの
Ah,
まんまと
the
騙さ
look
れ
on
た
his
後
face
に
when he
バ
was
ト
like,
ラの顔
You tricked me!
実にざ
That was
まあ
so
なかったぞ
pathetic!
それにしても
Even
やつ
so, is
ま
that
だへ
guy
こんでる
still
のではあ
feeling
るまい
down?
へこんでい
Feeling
る
down, you
と
said.
申しますと
Hmm.
ま
Well,
あその
that's right. That man's a bit
やつね
too
いい年して
trusting
ち
for
ょっ
his
と素直すぎる
age.
とことがある
Isn't he?
ございますね
Indeed.
そこが魅力
Although
と
you
申
could
しま
call
す
him,
が
you call that his charm.
そうであろうそう
Ain't
で
it
あ
the
ろう
truth? Ain't it the truth? If it's the truth, then say it in red.
まあそれでだ
Well, speaking of which,
前回の
you need
あ
to live all over
あ
that
やつ
last
コロッと引
time.
っかかってくれたであろう
ええ
Yes,
コロッと豪
totally
快
and splendidly.
生まれてから
You have
ただ
violated
の
the
一度も
purity
人に
of
騙さ
one
れたことの
never
ない
deceived
無
since
垢
the time of his
なバラの
birth,
つぼみにも似た純
as
粋
well
さ
of his
お嬢
rose
様が
bud
存
like
分に蹂
innocence,
躙を
all to your heart's content.
冬の朝美しき
Even
親
the
切
joy
の
at
平
dashing
原を
across
存
a
分に
field
駆け回
covered
っ
with
て
beautiful
踏みに
new
じり尽くす
snow
喜
on
び
a
にも
winter
代え難い
morning,
でしょうな
and trampling it completely wouldn't even begin to compare.
お嬢様は
Didn't you take
Batora
back
sama no
the
junsui
Sama's
kokoro
innocent heart?
実に痛
And
快に
quite
豪快
firmly, splendidly,
無残に無慈悲に無
atrociously,
教養に実はちょっ
mercilessly,
ぴり
and
やりすぎちゃったんじゃないか
unculturally
な
you'd go just a little too far.
なんて不安になってしま
And
う
you
くらい
insulted him to the highest degree,
Bogyag no
enough to
kagiri o
make
tsukusaremashita.
one uneasy.
普通ならへこむで
Most
しょ
people
う
would
な
be crushed after something like that.
それ
So
は
much so that they
二度
wouldn't
とお嬢様
want
の
to
顔
see your
を見たく
face
ない
ever
くらい
again.
分かっておる
I
では
know
ない
that
か
much.
わらわは
I
その
also, thought
い
that
よいよ
if
第
he
4
was
のゲー
too
ムが始まる
disheartened
とい
to
うの
join
に
us at the table,
もしもあ
even
や
though
つ
the
が
first
意気
game
消沈
is
して
finally starting,
策につかないというよう
that
な
would be
こと
such
があ
a
ったら
pain.
また面倒そうならば
So I
先に
came to
対策
see,
を
so
準
I
備し
came
た
to
方
you,
が良いかと思い
thinking that it'd be better to
お前に先に
prepare
それを
a
問うたわ
countermeasure
けだ
for that case beforehand. Let me stop.
でしたらやはり対策をご用意された方がよろしいでしょうな
Perhaps it really would be best to prepare such a countermeasure.
残念なが
I
ら
am sad to say
バ
that
トラ
your
様はお嬢
North
様の
Wind
例
and
の
Sun's
北風と
strategy
太陽
gave
作
back
戦
the
で
summer
かな
quite
り
a
ショッ
shock.
クをお受けになったようです
Huh?
ショックという
A
と
shock? You say?
どのくらい
How bad of one? Becca lowered her voice slightly, asking timidly. Renove followed suit and lowered his voice in the same way.
実は
In
膝を
truth,
抱いてうずくまられ
he
て
has been crouching and clutching his knees for some time now.
何度かお声をおかけ
I
したの
spoke
で
to
す
him
が
several times,
お返事をされま
but
せん
he did not answer.
お食事もお
I
運びし
also
た
brought
ので
him
す
some
が
food.
手を
He
触れ
never
た様子
even
もあり
touched
ません
it. That
それは
is
難儀だな
troublesome.
あやつ
Is he really feeling that
まで
down?
へこんでおったか
無理もありますま
It
い
is only natural.
何しろお
After
嬢
all,
様が
you,
徹
the,
的
thoroughly
おやりに
beat,
なられましたからな
beat him down, my lady.
普通なら人
That
間
would
不
make
信
most
にな
people
りましょう
start to distrust humans.
ほう
Oh,
人間不
distrust
信なら
humans?
好都合
How convenient.
人間など
Let
見
him
限っ
give
て
up
魔
on
女を信
humans
じる
and
と良い
trust
ぞ
witches. That's not what he means, Beatrice.
ああ
Yeah, you get it? You get it?
すまぬ
Sorry.
ふざけが過ぎた
I shouldn't fool around too much. Beto had tried to joke about it, but the situation seemed to be quite serious, so that even she took the hint and hid her laughter.
そ 深刻
Is it
なのか。
really that serious?
第4の
Should
ゲー
we
ムの
wait
開
just
始
a
は
little longer
も
before
う少し
beginning
待って
the
やった
fourth
方が
game?
良いか。
ベルンカステル教のお客人もおいでになっておりますので、第4のゲーム
So
は
it
速
may
やか
be
に開
best
始
to
された方
open the
がよろ
fourth
しいで
game
しょう。
quickly.
ただ、
However,
お嬢様はバ
perhaps
ト
you
ル様
ought
に
to
多
show
少
a little
気を
concern
使
for
われても良
Butler's
いかもしれま
feelings,
せんな。
milady.
き
Concern?
人な
Show concern? You say?
どう使えばよいのか。
Should I do that? He is feeling down,
あやつは
so...
落ち込んでいるのだから。
That's right.
そうだな。
I shall
元気づけてやるとか。
心を
when
暗
a
く閉ざ
person's
した
heart is dark and glows
暗
off.
く接しても無駄。
Interacting with them in a dark manner gains you nothing.
その暗
It
闇
only
に負け
often
ない
needs
ほ
to
どの
shine
明
with
る
a
さ
brightness
で照らし
stronger
出す
than
ほ
the
かない
dark.
でしょうな。
No, she is the golden witch, so she probably can do that.
しっかし
Wait, what just happened?
いい加減にしやがれ
What was that transition? Yeah, stop messing around! Over here!
あんたごときにロノ
A
ウ様が
croissant
焼いてく
baked
れた
by
クロワッ
Renopi
サンなん
sama
ても
would
った
be
いない
waste on the likes of you.
私が
I
美味しく
didn't
食
I
べち
enjoy
ゃ
it
ったな
myself. Butler Samigavode growled at the fragrant smell of the croissant. His breakfast plate was empty, but Butler hadn't eaten any of it. The biggest glutton of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, Beelzebub, had waited for Renove to leave and had then come to snatch the food away. Okay, I was say, was that Beelzebub? It kinda makes sense. Butler had noticed, and they've been really noisy ever since. Even though Beelzebub only had to give it back immediately, or else throw it into her own mouth right away. She intentionally ran around in circles, making fun of Butler.
俺の朝
Give
飯
me my
返しやがれ
breakfast back, damn it!
今返
If
し
you
たら
give it
デ
back,
コピン一
I'll
発で
let you
許
off
して
with
や
a
る
single foot to the forehead.
もしも食ったりしてみろ
But just you try eating it.
代わりにお
What?
前が
Are
食べ
you
て
gonna
るぞ
eat me up instead?
私を食べられる分なら食べて
Just
ごらん
try
な
it.
さい
I'll
よ
bet I'll be a sweet
パン
honey
ケーキの蜂蜜のように甘いから
You flicked her forehead.
捕まえた
Gotcha!
今は
Right
てめえの
now,
太も
I
もよ
want to
り
eat that
そのパン
bread
が食い
even
てん
more
だ
than your... I mean... That's... No,
捕まえた
I mean, that's a little
Let's go with
uncalled for, Battler, but... I mean, if you really want to look at it... Wait, where's the Seven Sisters? Where's the Seven Sisters? I want to look at their... I want to look at their... I want to look at their thighs. I want to look at their thighs. Mother Maria! Wait, let's read that part later. Gotcha!
今はてめえの太ももよりそのパンが
He
食い
says
て
it
んだ
again. He's done it again.
おとなしくそいつを返し
Be
や
a
が
good girl and give
れ
it here.
ふっかギギギギギギギ
The heck is that noise? She strangle you with her thighs? That's not a bad way to go. And I think most people wouldn't mind going that way.
こいつ最後まで抵抗を
Yeah!
ダメよダメよ
No way, no way! I'll give it to you!
クロワッサン
Even
も
though Croissant
私
wants
に
me
食べ
to
て
eat
ほ
it!
しいって思ってるもん
イエーイ
Why is there an audience? Beatrice, did you really install an audience for you to, when you summon yourself?
こいつ朝っぱ
Are
ら
you
か
still
らまだ
moping so
くよくよ
early in the
してるのか
morning?
新しい
It's
一
the
日
beginning
の
of a
ゲー
new
ムの
day
始
and a
まり
new
である
game,
ぞ
so that our
元
spirits...
気出して行ってみよ
She flung the door open. Like a marathon runner drawn on a certain caramel box, with her hands held high in an idiotic cheeriness. Beto appeared. For some reason, flags from around the world and confetti scattered around, perfectly completing this magnificent entrance. And Battler and Beelzebub, who had been fighting over the croissant, completely forgot about their argument, speechless. You're acting guilty. Good morning, Beatrice-sama. On my way now. Here, Butler-kun. Say ah. Shove it down his throat so he chokes to death. What? Hey.
よ
Morning.
うおはようベアト
Beto.
朝から絶好調なよう
Let's
で
see,
何よ
you're
りだ
cheery this morning. Beto and Bettler looked at each other. It seemed neither had a clue what was going on with the other.
バトラ
Bettler?
どういうことだろう
What's going on, Renove?
元気そうじゃねえか
He
よ
looks totally fine, doesn't he?
膝抱いてないし
He isn't clutching his knees,
返事してるし
and he's answering.
というか食事
It's
中
like,
だっ
wait,
た
wait,
し
like, he was even in the middle of eating. Oh, that crafty little butler, is he?
いえいえ
No, no.
毛布
He
の
was
中で
sleeping like a baby
膝
in
を
his
抱くように
futon.
ぐっすりお休みでございます。お目覚めの時間をお
I
知ら
informed
せした
him
の
that
で
it
す
was
が、
time to wake up,
まるでお気になら
but
ず、
he just wouldn't rise.
食事をしようにも、
I tried to
いたず
feed
ら
him,
猫が迷い込ん
but
で
it
それど
seems
こ
that
ろで
a
はなか
naughty
ったよう
cat
で。
wandered in and prevented that. Oh. Is he being serious, or did Burn Castle try to... Well, I actually wasn't surprised when she could do that. Eh.
騙され
You
た
tricked me!
よく言うぜ
You should talk.
てめえこそ
I'm
前
the one
回
who
は
played
でっ
that
かく騙して
massive
くれやが
trick
ったじゃね
last
えか
time.
事情はさっぱり
I
だ
don't have
が
a clue what's going
朝
on,
から
but
いい君
it
だぜ
looks like you got what you deserve.
とりあえずロノベ
By the way,
朝から
Renove,
ナイ
nice one.
恐れ入りますバトラー様。
Thank you very much, Butler-sama. The two men stuck up their thumbs as though they understood each other, chuckling together. For a while, Betta was very energetic, trying to hide her embarrassment. And she was not good at it at all, was she? Hey,
俺をあんまり舐めるん
don't
じゃね
take me
え
so lightly.
まさか
Did
俺
you
が
really
膝を
think
抱い
I
て
still would be
ま
hiding
だ
in
い
a
けてるとでも
corner
思ってた
holding
のか
my
よ
knees?
前回あれだけ
Then,
悔し
who
涙を
was
流
that
しておった
person crying
ど
their
この
eyes
誰
out
だというの
in frustration last time?
あの涙をたっぷりと
You
小
could
瓶
have
にでも
gathered
集
your
め
tears in a
化粧
jar
水に
and
すればよかった
called it up face lotion.
うるせえや
Shut up.
あれはその
And that was,
てめえの下手くそな芝居の頂点回
just because I was a little
ちょいと
surprised by
驚かさ
your
れちまっただけだ
crappy act.
みっともねえとこ見せちまっ
I'm
たが
gonna look like, might
二
look
度
a
と
little
同じ手が
lame,
通用する
but
と思うなってんだ
don't think the same move will work twice.
無論よ
Of course not.
同じ手に
And
何
don't
度も引っかか
don't
って
disappoint me
わ
by
らわを
falling for
失
the
望させ
same
る
move
な
over and over again, okay?
ああ見てろよ
Just you watch.
俺はくじけるたびに強くなる男だ
I'll
って
show
こ
you
とを
that I'm a
教
guy
えて
who
やる
gets
ぜ
stronger every time he's beaten down. Is Battler a Saiyan? I think he might be a Saiyan. Well, he does have the red hair, so is he... Is Battler the original Super Saiyan God?
だがな ベアト、
But Beto.
なんだ
Yes. What?
二度とするな。
Don't do it again.
ほ
Oh, yo, guys, he's serious.
うなんでだ
Why is that?
やはり絡めては
So you
苦
really
手か
are weak against a rear attack?
俺とお前は敵同士
You and I are enemies.
で、絶対に手を
And
取り
we'll
合うことは
certainly
ない
never
ってこと
join
を
forces.
俺はもうはっ
I
きりと理解し
understand
た。
that clearly.
だからもう二度
So
と
don't ever
それを
try
勘違
to
いさ
trick
せる
me
ような不愉快な
about
真
that
似をするな。
fact again. Ooh, those eyes.
そうは言うがな
You say that,
そなた
but
の弱
knowing
点
no
と知って
weakness, I'll... Beto thought they were still joking around, but that tone had disappeared from Bettler's expression from some time ago. Beto felt as though his eyes were like the surface of black tea that had cooled down.
いいな。
You hear me?
二度とするな。
Don't do it again.
わからんぞ
I don't get it.
忘れた頃に
I
また
might
や
do
る
it
か
again
も
when
な
you've forgotten, right?
二度とするな。
Don't do it again. Nyeh. Pierced by his strong and forceful gaze, Beto held her tongue. Maybe she was certain that Battler would break that silence with laughter. However, Battler's serious expression didn't change in the slightest. So, to break that silence, Beto had no choice but to start laughing herself.
それでよい
Very well.
そなたとわらわは
You and I
大敵
are worthy opponents.
どのような
No
良好
matter
な
how
関係にな
friendly
ろ
our
うと
relationship
敵同士
will
である
never
こと
be
と一
anything
線
more
を
than
越え
a
ること
pair
は
of
ない
enemies.
そなたがそれを勘違い
If
し
you
な
have
か
not
ったな
mistaken
ら
this,
わらわ
that's
は
enough for
これ
me.
で十分だ
そうだな。
That's right.
お前が敵であ
I
るこ
almost
とを
forgot you were my enemy
一
for a
瞬だけ
second.
忘れかけた。二度と同じ
I
集
won't
体は
embarrass
探さ
myself
ない。
like that again.
お前の絡めて
I
に
won't
かかることは
fall
二
for
度と
your
ない。
rear attack again.
二度と。
Never again.
第4のゲ
It
ーム
seems
が
I'm
待
not
ち
the
きれない
only
の
one who
どう
cannot
やら
wait
わら
for
わ
the
だけでは
fourth
なかったらし
game.
い嬉しいぞ
I am
バ
pleased,
トラ
Battler.
さあ
Come,
席につけ
take your seat.
ああ、
Yep,
望むところだ。
just how I like it.
もう小手先の
Never
魂は
tricks
効か
won't
ねえ
work
ぞ。
anymore.
生きがるな
Stop acting so tough.
前回のゲームの
You
最後
remain
に
in a state of
南
surrender
條
for the
殺しの
last
謎も
mystery in
降
the
参した
previous
ままの
game.
くせに
The mystery of Nanjo's murder.
今はまだ答
My
えを
answer
保留す
for
るさ。
that one's still on hold for now.
だがな、
But that doesn't
くじけ
mean
た
that
わ
I
けじゃねえぞ。
lost heart.
必ずお前の
I'll
真っ
definitely
赤な
break
真実
your
を
red
破り、
truth and show that I can deny
魔女を否定してみせ。
witches.
良い
A
心意気だ
commendable attitude.
やはりそなた
Usually our
不
men
死
like
鳥
a
のごとき
phoenix.
男よわらわの
Don't
見込みを
betray
裏
my
切らぬ
expectations.
それでは
With that,
第4のゲ
let's
ーム
raise
の
the
幕を開け
curtains on the fourth game.
だがそ
But
の
before
前
that,
我らは新しい客
it
人を
seems
迎え
we
なけれ
must
ばならない
welcome a new guest.
客人
A guest?
そなたも覚えてお
You
る
remember as well, correct?
前回のゲー
That
ムの最
mystery
後
girl who appeared at the very end of the last game
余興
without
を
an
台無しにした
invitation,
謎の
ruining my fun.
あいつか。
That person.
我らたちのゲ
She
ーム
says
に
she
加わ
wants to
りたいという
join
の
our game.
正式に招待状
I
を
sent her an official
この
invitation,
席へ招かせている
inviting her to join this match.
ロノウェ
Renove,
客人を呼べ
summon our guest.
その必要はないわ。
She's already there. There's no need.
もういるわよ。
I'm already here. The voice answered Beto's call came from the darkness in a corner of the room. When Battler turned around in surprise, he could now see that mystery girl there.
おやおや
Right, my.
そなたも人が
How rude.
来ていたならば
Oh,
挨拶の一つも
all
す
you
れ
had to
ば
do
よ
was
いも
greet
の
us as soon as you arrived.
私殴る前に挨拶する習慣
I
ね
don't make a habit of talking to people before punching them.
でも殴り終わってからならしてあ
After
げ
I
るわ
punch, it's a different story, though.
ほう
Oh,
No.
and what will you say?
軍内
Good night.
Have a nice dream
The random English. Good night. Have a nice dream. Of course, she will find it funny.
笑える実に
Oh,
笑える
amusing. How truly amusing. Beto cackled and clapped her hands. But that was only Beto, and nothing rose to Battler's face except a bitter smile. Woo!
あんた
You
武闘派だな。
sure are a fighter. Nothing to say to that? Battler and the girl's eyes met, and she shrugged her shoulders as he spoke. But the girl didn't answer, giving only a cold stare in return.
前回は土壇場で世話になったな
You helped me out at the end of the last game.
礼を言うぜ
Thanks for that.
礼なんていらない
I don't need your gratitude.
あなたがぶったるんでただけよ
You're just slacking off.
私は目を覚ませと言っただけ
Told you to open your eyes. We can feel the laugh.
そう
And
だね
that's so
バト
true.
ルはぶったる
Stop
んでる
slapping
な
out, Battler. Beto tried to laugh as though sympathizing with her, but it didn't reach the girl's ears. She did absolutely nothing except stare at Battler with ice-cold eyes.
どうやら俺は嫌われてる
Well,
み
it
てえ
looks
だ
like
な
someone hates me.
あなたが本気で戦ってないからイラ
I'm
つい
just
てるだ
annoyed
け
that
よ
you aren't taking this fight seriously.
俺が本気じゃないだと
Are you saying I'm not serious about this?
まさかあの低
Don't
たら
tell
くが
me
本
the
気だったとでも
travesty earlier was you being serious.
バカにしないで
Don't take me for a fool.
いつまでこんな魔女の茶番に付き合ってるつ
How
も
long
り
do
な
you
の
tend to play along with witches' farce like this?
俺は俺なりにベアトと
I'm
戦って
fighting bet in my own way.
るもちろん本気でだ
And doing it seriously, of course.
本気で
Seriously.
笑わせないで
Don't make me laugh.
魔女といつ
You
まで
keep
も
on
永遠に
drinking
お茶を飲ん
tea
で
and
談笑し
chatting
てい
with
る
the
だけの
witch
あな
for
た
all
が
eternity
本
and
気で
call that
戦っている
fighting seriously.
冗談は髪型だけにして
Keep the jokes what? Keep the jokes to just your hairdo. Why you gotta insult the man's hair?
そりゃ
Well, that's
俺も最
because
初は
I
こ
wasn't
の魔
used
女の
to
ゲームに
this
不慣れで
witch's
散
game
々な目
in
に
the
遭わされて
beginning.
きたさ
I've been through a lot of harsh stuff.
だがなようやく
Still,
戦い方や
I'm
その
finally
コツ
starting
が
to
見
see
えて
how
きた
to
ところ
fight.
だ
I'm getting the knack of doing it.
俺のこれまでの無様さが
If the
あんたには
pathetic
本気
way
でな
I've
いよう
been
に見え
acting
たの
makes it
なら
look like I have
それ
been
は
serious
誤り
with
だ
you. You're just wrong.
そう
Is that so?
確かに
Of course.
俺がベアトの胸ぐら
I
を
know I
掴み
got
上げるのに
clothes
必
and a
要な
lot
距離だ
more before I can grab Becca by the collar.
しかしそ
But
の
no
距
matter
離
how long that
どれほど
distance
長
may
大
be,
であろうとも有限
it's
だ
still finite.
そして俺
In
は
each game that
ゲ
passes,
ームを重ね
I'm
るごとに
steadily closing
一
that
歩一歩
distance
確
step
実にそ
by
の距離を
step.
詰めている時間はかかろうともあの魔女を追い詰め必ずチェ
No
ック
matter
メイ
how
ト
long it takes, I'll close on that witch, and I'll definitely checkmate her.
それには
It may take 1,000 years to use her
1000年を
brains.
かけるかもしれない。だが
But even so,
それでも
I'll
いつか
definitely
必ず
win
打ち勝
sooner or later.
つ。なぜか
Why?
俺が絶対に
Because
負
I
けを認
definitely
めない
won't
からだ。
accept losing.
絶対に立ち止
I
まらない。
definitely won't stop moving
追い詰め
forward.
続ける。
Closing in on her.
だからつまり
In other words, there's just
言えることは
one
ただ
thing
一つ。
I can say for sure.
俺はいつか必
I will
ず
definitely win against that
あの魔女に
witch
勝つ。
someday.
ってことだ。
Oh, that's how it is.
気の長い話ね。
You really don't sound like you're in a hurry.
あなた勝つ気あるの？
Or even trying to win.
有限も。
Even
その
the
扱いを間
finite
違
can
えれば無限と化す。
can become endless. You treat it the wrong way.
今のあなたはすでにカメ
By
すら
now
追い越せ
you're
ないア
become
キレスなの
an
よ。
Achilles. You couldn't even outstrip a turtle.
なるほどね。
I get it.
私が
So
必
this
要
is
なわ
why
けだ。
I'm needed.
こんなざまじ
At
ゃ
this rate, there's
何
no
億
way
年
you
を
could
か
win
けよう
against
と
the
も
endless
無
witch.
限の魔女に
Even
勝てる
after
わ
a
けがない。
billion years.
お前は何者なんだ。
Who are you?
名前くらい聞かせてくれたって
It's
バ
not
チ
like,
は当たらねえだろ。
it's not like you'll be struck by lightning if you just tell me your name. Still can't say it. At that point, the girl fell silent, gazing straight into Bettler's eyes. At first, Bettler faltered under the firmness of that look, and his gaze wavered slightly. But then his eyes gradually began to be sucked into the pupils that were staring at him. Then, inside those eyes, he saw a light that he seen some time before. Battler was struck by how strongly they resembled the eyes of a girl who definitely couldn't be here. Even though that was completely impossible.
そんなバカなとは思うんだが、
No, it's stupid.
なぜかそんな気
But
が
for
す
some
る。
reason, it feels true to me.
でもそんなことあるわけがない。
That can't be right.
まだあいつは
That
6
person's
歳だぞ。
supposed to still be 6 years old.
お前
You
まさか
couldn't possibly be
エンジン
Unji.
なのか。
Could you? Is she? Is she? Well, I know, but do you I know?
そうだ。と言ったら、
If
あな
I
た
were
を
to
信じる
say
の？
that's right, will you believe me?
言い方を変えるわ。
I'll put it another way.
私はあなたの味方よ。
If I said
だから信用し
I'm
て
your ally,
と言ったら、
so trust me.
あなたは信じ
Could
る。
you believe it?
初対面の正体不明の
Will you
女が
unconditionally
自分の
trust
知
some
人になん
unknown
となく似
girl?
ているからと
You're
いう理
meeting
由
for
だ
the
け
first
で、
time just because
あな
she
たは
looked
無
a
条件
little
に
like
信用してしまうの。
someone you know.
そんなお人よしだか
It's
ら、
because you're
前
such
回
a
のゲームであっ
softie
さ
that
り
you got
騙されて
tricked so easily
悔
in
し
the
涙
last
を
game
ボロボロこぼ
and
すことになる
cried
のよ。
so bitterly.
あなた、自分で言ったわ。その子は6
You
歳なんでしょ。
educated 6, right?
私が6歳に見え
Do
る
I look like I'm 6?
にもかかわらず
If、I were to claim that I'm
私がそ
I'm
の
that
子だと
kid
実証したな
despite
ら、
that,
それを
will
鵜呑
you
みに
just
するの？
swallow that story?
それを言われると
You say it like that.
弱えな。
There's no way I can argue back.
すまん。
Sorry.
そうだな。
That's right.
俺はお人よしだ。
I am a softie.
そいつを前回
And
の
that
ゲー
should
ム
have
で
been
思い
made
知らされ
clear
たは
to
ずなの
me
にな。
after the last game.
お前が言う俺が
Is
本
that
気じゃ
what
ない
you
って言
meant
ったのも
when you said
So you-
I wasn't being serious?
そうよ。あなたは魔女と戦っているつもりでしょうけど、
You think you're
ただ
fighting
慣れ合って
against
遊
a
んでいるだ
witch,
け。
but you're just getting along with her and playing.
チェスで仲良く戦って
You're just
遊んでいるだけ
playing
な
and
のよ。
fighting in a friendly game of chess.
あなたたちにとってそれは真剣勝負
This
でしょう
may
け
be
れ
a
ど、
serious contest for you too.
それを離れて見て
But
いる
looking at
私
it
には
from
仲
far
良くルール
away,
に守られて、
I only see you
ただ
playing
遊んでいるよう
around
に
and
しか見えない。
following the rules like you're good friends. Dare she?
きついな。
That's harsh.
でも そのお遊びに勝てない
But
限り
as long as you're
あなたは
unable
こ
to
こか
win
ら
this
解放
game,
されない。
you won't be able to be released from this place.
だから私が来たのよ。
That's why I came.
このゲームに決着をつけるためにね。
I came to bring this game to its conclusion.
今のあなたは
You claim that you're closing in on the witch,
車輪の中を
but you're just
延
like
々と
a
走り
hamster
続けるハ
running
ムスター
around
み
in
た
a
いなも
wheel.
の。あれか。
Oh,
夜
one
な夜な
of
くるくると車輪の
those
中を走
things
り
that are
続け
running
るあれ
around
か。
and around in place, night after night.
車輪の中を走り続けることは一
You
見
might think that
無限のよう
running
に思
around
え
in
る
a
かもしれない。
wheel is endless.
無限の魔女ベアトリ
The
ーチェ。
endless witch Beatrice.
まるであなたのことね。
It's just like you.
そして
He thinks he's
その
fighting,
車輪の
but
中
he's
で
actually just
戦
running
って
around
る
in a
つもりで
wheel.
滑稽にいつまでも走り続けているのが彼。これはゲームじゃない。
This isn't a game.
彼を永遠に閉じ込めて
This
い
is
るだけ
nothing
の
more
カ
than
ゴ
a
でしかない。
cage to shut him up for all eternity. Ah, that's how Anji uses the terminology of calling the game board a cage, while Lambda Delta also called it a cage. Well, they all want to cage somebody else. But Beatrice wants to cage Butler, while Lambda Delta wants to cage I can't think of it. Burn Castle. And also it comes to their followers, because Lambda Delta wants to cage, and Beatrice wants to cage. Burn Castle wants to break the cage, so Angie also wants to break the cage.
ほ
Oh.
う。わらわの無限
Oh, you like my
ネズミが遊ぶ
endless
車
to do
輪風
something
船
like a
に呼ば
wheel
わる
that
か。
mouse play in?
面白い面白い。
Interesting, interesting.
ある次元における無限は
Something
より
that's
高次元におい
endless
て
in a
無限を
certain
なさないも
dimension
のよ。
can be less than endless in a higher one. Oh. Yeah, that does make sense.
メンガーのスポンジが無限の
The
表
fact
面
that
積を
a
持つのは
meager,
3次元未満の世界での話。
meager sponge has infinite surface area only matters in a world of less than 3 dimensions.
3次元の現実に
In
お
the
いては
3-dimensional
質量
world of
ゼロ。
reality, it has zero mass.
無限どころか
Not
存
only
在
is
さ
it
え
not
できない。
endless, it doesn't even exist.
威勢のい
It
い
was
女
an
よ。
assertive woman.
わらわの
It
敵を名乗
seems
る
you
程
are
度の資
worthy
格
being
はある。
called my enemy.
あんた
Who
何者なんだ？
are you? Who are you?
私はあなたの味方。
I'm your ally,
そして魔女の敵よ
an。enemy of witches.
もちろん、信
Of
じなく
course,
てい
you
い。
don't have to believe it.
私が本当にあなたの
No
味
one
方
can
である
prove
かなん
that I
て
really am
誰に
your
も証明
ally.
できない。むしろ
On the contrary,
私のことをうさ
it's
んくさいと思
more
うくらいの警
desirable
戒
that
心
you
の
keep
方が
your
望
guard
ま
up,
しいわ。
strong enough to find me even more, to find me very suspicious.
そうだな。
That's right.
前回ひでえ目
Last
に遭わされたん
time
だ。
I ended up pretty bad.
そのくらいの用
I
心
gotta
深さ
be
が
at
必要
least
だな。
that, at least that careful.
俺も
I
もう
don't
二度と
plan
騙
the
される
game
のは
trick
ごめんだぜ。
twice. Beto laughed in a truly pleased way, which was simulating only to Bettler.
人はいきなり騙されたりは
People
しない
just。don't get tricked out of the blue.
自らの確
That only
認を
happens
怠
when
り、
they fail to
それ
check
を他
things for
人に委ねた
themselves
時、
and
騙
leaves
さ
it
れ
to
る。
other people.
他の人が渡り
Saying
始め
that
た
you
から、
thought the
もう
light
信
had
号は青
turned
になった
green
と
just
思った。
because you saw
じゃあ
other people
事故の
start
言い訳にはなら
crossing.
ないってこと。
Doesn't count it as excuse for getting into an accident.
わかる？
Get it?
あ
Yeah,
あ、わかるぜ。
I get it.
与えられた情報を
You're
鵜
telling me
呑
not
みに
to
するんじゃ
swallow
なく、
information given
自
to
分
me
の
by
頭で考えろ
others,
ってことだ
but
ろ
to。think for myself.
俺はベアトに見せられた
In the
魔法を
past,
鵜
I
呑みに
swallowed
してい
all
た。
the magic Beto showed me.
考えることを
I
やめていた。
stopped thinking,
だからダメだ
so
った。
I was useless. Bettler grimaced as he remembered his many painful losses. The witch watched and laughed again, putting on a bold appearance.
私は あなたが有利になるように
I'll
助言
give
す
you
る。
advice in a way that works to your advantage.
もちろんあなたは
Of
私の
course,
それ
you
を鵜
shouldn't
呑みにすべきでは
allow,
ない。
you shouldn't swallow everything I say.
私が味方であること
Because
の
no one
絶対
can
の保証
prove
なんて
certain
誰にもでき
proof
ないのだか
that I'm your ally. In the last game, Virgilia, who I thought was an ally, was actually on the witch's side. Battler couldn't rid his head of the eerie smile worn by Virgilia, a person he once even thought as trustworthy and reliable.
ら。だから私を無
So
条
I
件
don't
で
need
信
you
用なん
to
てしなくていい。
unconditionally trust me.
故に
Might
私の
as
助
well
言も
take my advice as
参考
nothing
意見
more
程度
than
に留めて
opinion
もら
to
っ
be
て大い
considered.
に結構。だって
After all,
魔女とのゲームを
the
戦ってい
player
るプ
who's
レイヤ
fighting
ー
in a game
は
against
あ
the
なたなんだ
witch
から。
is you.
そうだな。
That's right.
外野の指し手
Saying
に
I
従って打
lost
ったから負
because I
けた。
followed the moves of a outsider
情け
would
ね
be
え言い
just
訳だも
too
んな。
pathetic of an excuse.
そうとも。
Oh, yes.
わらわの相手は
My
バトル。
opponent is Battler.
そなたなど外野
You're
に過
nothing
ぎる。
more than an outsider.
それをわきまえているとは良いこと
You
だ。
you should bear that in mind.
いいえ、外野じゃないわ。
No, I am not an outsider.
ベアトリーチェと
With
後ろにバトラー。
Beatrice and Ushimiya Battler,
そしてそ
and
れを
I
俯
who
瞰する
gaze down
私
from
が
above.
まるで三角
It's
形の
almost
ような
like a
形になっ
fight
て
in
戦
the
うの
shape
よ。
of a triangle.
一見これは共闘ではないけれ
It
ど
might not look
一
like
緒に
a
戦うばかり
united
の
front,
共闘ではない。
but having a united front doesn't necessarily mean fighting together.
ほう、
Like, what are you talking about?
神妙なことを
What
言い
another
な。
thing to say.
さっき彼は戦うこ
Just
とを
now, he
あなた
described
との距離
fighting
を
with
詰
you
めると
as
表現した。
closing the distance.
でも一つの目では距離は
But
測
you
れない。
can't measure distance with a single eye.
二つの目があって初めて物事は立体的に見え、
Only
その
with
距離
two
も測れる。
eyes are things visible in 3 dimensions. And only then can distance be judged.
そして二つの視点があっても
And even
同
when
じ
you
場所
have
からでは意
two,
味がない。
even when you have two fields of vision, it's pointless if they are in the same place.
離れている方が魔
You
女を
can
正確
pin
に測
down
ることがで
witches
きる。
more accurately when they're far apart.
異なる立場から異なる角
Shooting
度
from
で撃つ
different positions and different angles.
十字砲火ってこ
So
とだ。
basically, it's a crossfire.
面白いぜ。
Interesting.
異なる立場から
We're
異なる
shooting
角
from
度で
different
撃つ。
positions and different angles.
だから私は誰とも慣れ
So
合わな
I
い。
won't get along with anybody. You're just trying to hide your attitude.
自分の立ち位置をず
That's
ら
how I
し
keep my own
魔
position
女を挟み撃
separated
ちに
and
するために。
and catch the witch in a pincer attack.
いいのか、
Are you okay with this, Battler?
その女は
The
実
girl may
わらわが
actually be
差し向け
a
た運命かも
ambush
しれない。
I set up, right?
もっともらし
She
いこ
might
とを
just be saying
そ
something
なたを信用
possible
さ
to
せよう
gain
として
your
いるだけか
trust,
もしれない。
right?
かもな。
Maybe.
こいつは
She's
さっ
been
きから
saying
それを
that
ずっと
over
重
and
ねて言
over
っている。
again herself.
だからこいつの
So
助
of
言は
course,
もち
I
ろん
can't
鵜呑みになんか
blindly
できないだ
accept
ろうさ。
her advice.
だがそれ
But
が信用
as
に
to
値
whether
する
she's
ものか否か、
worthy of trust or
俺は
not,
自ら考え
I
て
can think for
取
myself
捨
and
する
make
こ
a
とがで
decision.
きる。俺が自ら考えることをやめな
As
い
long
限
as
り、
I don't stop thinking for
俺
myself,
はもう誰に
I
も
won't be
騙
tricked
されない。
by anyone again.
大した自信だぞ、後ろ宮バトラー。
Ushimiya Battler.
そこまで言い切ったそなたを
After
コロリと
you said so much,
また
it
騙し
makes
て
me want
み
to
たい
trick you
ぞ。
all over again.
そして再
I
び
can't
騙
wait to
さ
see
れた
what
ことを
kind
知
of
った時
face
のそ
you'll
なたが
make when
ど
you
んな
realize
顔を
you've
浮か
been
べるの
duped
か。
once
わらわ
more.
は見てみたい。気に入った。
Ah, pleasant.
なあ、
It looks
あ
like
ん
you
たは
know my
俺の名
name,
を知ってるようだが、
but I don't know yours.
俺はあんたの名を知らない。名前を聞かせてくれ。
For a while, the girl remained silent, without changing her expression even once. She looked as though she couldn't decide whether to say her name or not, or possible, as though she had decided on the name she'd say on the spot.
グレーテル
Gretel.
グレテル
Gretel? No, Gretel.
お前がか
You are.
バカね名前よ
That's my name, dumbass.
私のことはグレーテルと呼んで
Call me Gretel.
じゃあ俺はヘン
Then
ゼ
should I
ル
go
ト
as
でも名
a
乗った方がいいか
Yep, come on, Battler. She's throwing you the clues.
冗
Just
談さ
kidding.
俺
Ushimiya
は
Battler.
後ろ宮バトラバトラと呼んでくれ
よろしく
Nice to meet you.
握手は嫌い
I hate handshakes.
気を悪くしないで
Don't take it personally.
そうだな
Ah, really? Sorry.
お前が味方と決まった
After
わけじゃない
all,
しな
isn't certain you're my ally? And you
警
just
戒
told
心
me
を
to
持て
keep
って
my
言われ
guard
たば
up
かりな
too?
のにな
Battler drew back his right hand, which he had stuck out. His bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a strong resolve directed at the new fourth game.
バトラ
But
あなたはどう
think
して魔女
deeply
に
about
勝たな
why
けれ
you
ば
must
ならない
win
のか
against this
よく
witch.
気に入らないから
You
やっ
can't
つけるな
start
んて
with something
抽象的なものではダメ
abstract like I'll be here because I don't like it.
絶対に
I
魔
have a
女を打
deep
ち倒し
conviction
て
that
この
you'll,
世界から
that
抜け
you'll
出すとい
definitely
う
defeat the
強い
witch
信
and
念を持って
escape from this world.
あなたの帰りを待っている人が
There is definitely
必ずいるから
someone waiting for you to come back
その子のためにも
for that kid's sake as well. Maybe there was something she wanted to say. Gretel clenched her fists in front of her chest and hung her head in silence, at a loss for words for a short while. Out of those smashing through that silence, Gretel spoke up in a forceful voice.
よし
Good.
これにてグ
That
レー
should
テ
be
ルと
enough
やら
for
の
an
自己
introduction
紹介
for
も十分であ
Gretel
る
or whoever.
さあさあ思い出してご
Try
ら
to
んなさい
remember what happened on
10月
October
4日に
4th.
何があったのか第4
Let
の
the
ゲームの
curtain
幕開け
open
である
on
ぞ
the fourth game. Yep. At the same time as though it had been blown by a sudden gust of wind, the clock had been turned back to October 4th, 1986, started to move. While we remained in the witch's tea room, the blue-gray sea and the green Rokunajima spread out beneath us. And we could see a boat heading there, its wake trailing behind it. The sky was already cloudy, and it seemed that the barrier of the typhoon would soon shut the island away. Goda! There was the boat docked in the harbor. And Goda, hoping to upload it, then was all the passengers had disbarked. The boat began to separate from the shoreline. The relatives were gradually swallowed up by the island. Jessica! You can see again.
マリアは相変わらず元気だな
Looks like you're cheery as ever, Maria.
マリアちゃん
Maria-chan.
気をつけないと転ぶよ
Watch up if you aren't careful.
気をつけて
Look out.
沈む
The long missed cousins I loved dashed across the beach, getting swallowed by the forest path that led to the mansion and disappeared. And of course, Oni-chan could be seen among them too.
くっそ待て待てマ
Right
リ
there,
アこんな
Nimble little
賢いやつ
brat. So cute. Maria Oni-chan, whom I love, Maria One-chan, who I love, start dashing, and Oni-chan chase after her. They are swallowed up by the forest. Following them, father and mother were also swallowed up. The Hideyoshi, Aunt Eva, Aunt Rosa. The rest of the parents were swallowed up. And they were swallowed up, leaving only me behind.
バカ。
Dumbass.
いつまでこんなと
How
ころ
long
で
are
魔
you
女と
joking
戯れて遊んでいる
around
の
and
よ。
play with a witch in a place like this?
早く帰ってきてよ。
Come back
お
quickly,
兄ちゃん、
Oni-chan.
私を一人ぼっちにしな
Don't
いで。
leave me alone.
そして気がつい
And
た。
realize
残された
realize
私
how
が
cruel and lonely the world I'm
辛く寂しい
isolated
世界
in
で
is.
孤独を強いられるかを。
Wow, that was an amazing first chapter. An hour long, so typical Umineko fashion. Anji's future. St. Lucia Academy after 1986. Oh god, not St. Lucia. Not this god-awful place. I hate this place. This school is a
ごきげん
nightmare.
よ
Good day to you.
う。ごきげんよ
Good day to you. Good day to you is the standard greeting used here. No matter how many years pass by, this style of greeting still feels very awkward. Even though I responded to the greeting in order to stifle that awkward feeling, the classmate who has spoken looked at me blankly.
Eh?
Huh? Why is she laughing?
なになに
Huh? What is it? What's
違
that?
うわよね
It seems you're mistaken. Their choice of words and manner were certainly what you expect from a school for rich girls. But the actual meaning was as innocent and cruel as you expect from kids of that age. It seems they found it funny that I mistakenly thought the greeting was directed at me. No, it might be the opposite. Maybe they didn't know how to react after being suddenly greeted by a gloomy kid like me. No, judging by the gazes of my classmates, who are looking this way over their shoulders and whisper to each other. It looked as though some of them considered this refreshing morning ruined. I was dark because I was disliked. So, trying not to get in the way of everyone's refreshing morning anymore, I stooped lower and entered the classroom. Almost like I was cutting through the aisle in a movie theater while the movie was running. This is an all-dorm school, St. Lucia Academy. It's not a school that anyone can get into by taking a test. It's a hidden rich girls' school, known only by a select group of celebrities from various fields. For lofty nobles who truly wish their daughters could be raised like saints. This is probably the ideal school in which to protect them from the impurities of the common world. But at the same time, it was probably also convenient for nobles who wanted to confine daughters they didn't want out in public, as well as an academy isolated from the impurities of the common world. It also held excellent potential as a prison school. I was truly among the latter, and I was confined in St. Lucia Academy, forced to live my life in dreariness. Of course, there weren't that many students like me, and you couldn't tell us apart but at glance. However, even if we never fessed up about it, you could usually figure out who we were by watching how we acted. After all, we were always hanging our heads, with an expression on our faces as though the whole world had abandoned us. Anyway, every class had one or two kids like that, so even if they didn't speak up about it, you could guess who they were. Therefore, even though I never confessed that I was one of those kids, at some point, everyone in my class knew about it. Just like how the seriousness of an injury becomes a sign of status in a hospital. How noble a birth one had became a sign of status here. Those girls who couldn't be acknowledged in public were probably nothing more than filth to the others. They must have thought they were getting involved with such students who dirtied them as well. When a rumor sprang about a particular student, those fastidious girls would grow cold and distant, chasing that student out of all social groups. Thanks to that, I led a quiet school life like this, all by myself. Well, that's only if hearing people whisper behind my back, finding my things lost or broken all the time, and having everyone pretend like they didn't know anything can be called a quiet school life. Even this early in the morning, I must look worn out. I can almost understand why my other classmates, who had a refreshing morning, looked at my face and wanted to click their tongues. Consciously trying to do as I should and avoid tainting my classmates' morning, I quietly took my seat. And then, usually someone came to talk to me. It was the class leader.
ごきげんよう、白宮さん。朝からご機嫌斜め
You
なご
seem
様
to be
子
in a
ね。
bad mood this morning.
ちゃんと睡眠は
Were
取ら
you
れ
able to
て
get
る？
enough sleep?
何かご用ですか？
Is there some business you have with me?
学年発表会のアンケー
You're
ト、ま
the
だ
one
提
who
出
had
して
not
ないの。
submit her
後宮
questionnaire
さんだ
for
け
the
よ。
class presentation. Ushimiya-san,
昨日までが提出日だったの。
did you
お
forget
忘れ？
that the deadline was yesterday? I'm pretty sure I heard something about that last week. But I thought that the questionnaire hadn't been passed out yet. The details would be written there, so there shouldn't have been any need to remember them beforehand.
アンケート用紙もらってな
I
いですけ
wasn't
ど。
given a questionnaire.
そんなはずありませんよ。
That can't be.
寮長から
I
全
believe
員
the
に
dormitory
ちゃ
leader
んと
handed
配
them
布され
out
てる
to
はずです。
everyone.
なくしてしまったなら
If
そ
you
う
lost
と
it, all you
素
have to
直
do
におっ
is
しゃればいいの
all
に。
you have to do it. If you lost it, all you have to do is honestly say so.
なくしました。
I lost it.
今すぐ書きますから。
I'll fill in right
用紙をいただ
now.
け
So
ますか？
can you give me a sheet? Again, either someone lost my sheet, or they intentionally didn't tell me about it. I kind of know something like this. Not like this. It was like in high school, but similar things happened to me like this, and God. But I have no way of knowing who was behind that. In the end, treating it though it was my own carelessness would settle everything more quickly.
書いたらご自身で生徒会室のアンケートポスト
Once
に
you
投
fill it
函され
out,
るよう
drop it
に。
in the questionnaire box in the student council room yourself.
うちのクラスだけですよ。
Our class is the
夕
only
べ
one
まで
that
全員の
didn't
が
get
揃わなかったのは
everyone's in by yesterday. As I hung my head at the class leader's scolding, I hear the giggles and whispers of people watching, coming from no direction in particular. Ushimiya-san did it again. She's just so careless. She doesn't deserve to be in this school. She has no dignity and no manners either. Sorry, girls, but I dealt with much worse when it comes to unfair personal attacks. As I froze my heart and let those arrows of ridicule pass by, I quickly filled out the questionnaire. When I learned that father and mother and Noni-chan and all the rest of my family had died, I was at the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. The only survivor of the accident was Ushime Eva. Only Aunt Eva. Even at the time, I hadn't really liked Aunt Eva. At a glance, she would act kindly. But even as young as I was, I could see that she was somehow making fun of father and the rest, and I hadn't liked it. So when it was decided that Aunt Ava would take care of me, I was pretty miserable. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if that gentle Uncle Hideyoshi and George Oni-chan had been with me. But I hated the thought of living all alone with Aunt Ava. I frankly said that to Grandpa, hoping to live together in his house. However, Aunt Ava had been very insistent that she should be the one to look after me. She had no desire to remarry, so as her successor, I was essential if the Ushimiya family was to continue. Aunt Ava felt very strongly about the family. She insisted that she take charge of me right away, so that she could give me an education and lifestyle fitting for a successor. After that, it seems that confusing negotiations with lawyers took place. But in the end, I was forced to go live with Aunt Ava. After doing that, Aunt Ava told me something. We must bear all the glory and history of the Ushimiya family. In order to make you a fitting successor to bear that, the rest of your life will be dedicated to frantic study. Sacrifice the rest of your life for the Ushimiya family. That's what she said. Ava, why? I can see why she become like this, but at first I thought she meant that literally. But I quickly realized that wasn't the case. Because even now, in Aunt Ava's eyes, the one most fitting to succeed her was the late George Oni-chan. Our first meal together, I received strict instructions and questioning about table manners, and was forced to listen to her abuse mom and dad as though they'd been neglectful in their discipline. I also received the same strict instructions regarding manners at my first party, and my clumsiness had been in front of everybody, forcing me to endure insults to mom and dad as well. After that, repeated over and over, I eventually began to understand. Aunt Ava didn't really want to make me her successor. She thought George Oni-chan was the only one truly suited to be her successor, and she couldn't forgive the fact that it was to be me instead. She insulted me in front of lots of people. She humiliated me, and she made it known exactly how I was inferior to George Oni-chan to both acquaintances and strangers, surely in a place of a memorial service for her dead son. Or rather, she must still be mourning his death. However, that wasn't something I could endure. I couldn't possibly live together with Aunt Ava. I was kept like a pet, my life continually compared with her dead son's. I understood that even when I was still in elementary school. I tried to escape the Ushimiya house and run off to the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. However, Aunt Ava had already foreseen that. No, thinking back on it, she might have lured me into escaping. I was caught by the guards and brought back, and for being a coward who smeared the Ushimiya family crest with mud and tried to throw it away, in a way that makes my whole body shake and shiver just remembering it. I was punished. How should I describe what Aunt Ava was like when she punished me? In a frenzy? Gleeful? I saw the anger and sadness of losing her beloved son, as well as the hatred and pain from me stealing that inheritance from the son who should have received it. And the dark pleasure of being able to let loose those feelings out on me. I was hit with all those negative emotions at once. Then, all my free time and freedom to act was stolen. I was put under surveillance around the clock. I may have lived in a gorgeous mansion, dressed in expensive clothes, but my heart and my dignity had been trampled upon, and I was the Ushimiya family's slave, its cattle. Compared to the lifestyle, the diverse laughter of my classmates, here was the calm and pleasant. It caused my heart no trouble. After bearing almost all the fields of the questionnaire with nothing in particular, I folded it and put it in my pocket. Because if I left it in my desk, it might disappear again. Imagine going to a place like that. During lunch break, after dropping off at the post box in the student council room, I finished lunch by myself, as usual, and hid it behind the school building where no one could be seen. Only my time by myself could protect me from the laughter and gossip. Why can't I say something words? Certain words, it's just my brain won't comprehend. Since I was hated and didn't have a single friend, my time alone was most kind to me. After checking the surrounding bushes to see whether some malicious classmate were hiding and threatening my time of quiet, I finally relaxed the tension from my entire body, knowing that I gained some true peace. Then I let out a sigh. It faltered, heaving as though it was the first time I had breathed out today. My old favorite place behind the vegetable garden storehouse had been found out by my classmates, and I had been teased, so this was my new lunchtime hideaway. There was nowhere to sit behind the school building. As I crouched near the wall in the shadow of the bushes, I opened my bag and took out a book with an elaborate old-fashioned binding. Just glancing at it, you'd probably think it was a religious book, or something written in the Middle Ages. But this wasn't a book. It was a diary. Of course, it wasn't my diary. There weren't any special things worth writing about in my daily life. Every single day was just gray, cold and dry. In those completely unchanging days, there aren't any changes worth writing down. This was the diary of Maria One-chan, a girl I've been very close to. She'd been a bit strange and 3 years older than me, but One-chan was always a warm, wonderful cousin. She would always grab me by the hand and let me join in on some fun game. Let me join in on some fun game. I remember that being able to see her was the most fun part of our family gatherings. When I opened the diary, the characters, which were made fairly skillful considering that this was an elementary schooler, were packed close together, though they were written on every other line. Was she just hopelessly obsessed with jotting down everything in her diary? Probably not. To her, writing her daily life down in a diary was probably like having a conversation with another part of herself. So rather than an object on which the events of her day were written down, Maria One-chan's diary was written like a letter to another part of herself, telling of the events of that day. I found this diary among her belongings after her death, and secretly took it home. At first, I felt that reading someone else's diary might be boorish, and satisfy myself with just keeping it by my side. But I couldn't help flipping through the pages and reading through it bit by bit. By now, she had become my only friend. I gently opened the page with the bookmark.
マリアお姉ちゃん、お待たせ。
Sorry to keep you waiting, Maria One-chan.
またお姉ちゃんのお話を聞かせ
Could
て。
you let me hear your story again? At that same time, a very, very soft breeze blew, tickling the paper. I thought the open diary might have sparkled faintly. The weather is good today. Maria One-chan loves the wonderful rays of sunlight, so I'm sure she's in a good mood. On the pages of the open diary, no, in the world of the diary, Maria One-chan showed herself. Aww, you're so precious. It's so sad. I'm pretty sure she was 9 when she died, so her form was already younger than me. But I call her One-chan, so she affectionately calls me Anji.
おお、エンジ、今日は来るのが遅かった。
You're slow getting here today.
お昼混んでた？
Was it packed at lunch?
うん
Yes.
いつも混んでるわ。
It's always packed.
仲良しグループた
Groups
ち
of
が
friends
席
set
を
up
陣取って
camps
る
in
上
the
に、
seats. They stay
食
there
事を終
even
えた後も
after they
席を
finish
塞ぎ
eating.
続けてるから。食堂に行
It's
くのが遅く
pretty
なると
fatal
致
if
命
you
的
get
ね。
into the dining hall late.
今日は片付けの
I
当
was
番
on
だったか
cleanup
ら。
duty today.
マリア、ご飯食べるの早い。
Hey, fast.
早く食べ
The
終わると
faster you
そ
eat,
の
the
分
more
い
you
っぱ
can
い
play.
遊べるな。
Maybe she realized I was holding a grudge because that duty had been forced upon me and shortened my lunch break by a bit. Maria One-chan brightly changed the subject. Grateful for that act of kindness, I responded by saying I was a slow eater. Maria calmed me down, saying something about teaching me the trick to eating fast. I read about it in her diary. No, I heard it from Maria One-chan. She was ranked number 1 amongst the girls in speed eating ranking for her grades newspaper. She was apparently very proud of that, but little disappointed that her mother, Aunt Rosa, hadn't praised her very much for it.
じゃあ今日のお話を始めるね。
Let's start our story for today.
昨日はどこまでお
How far did we
話
get
をしたか
yesterday?
な。お？ここまでよ。
This far.
マリアお姉ちゃんが
Until
サ
you
クタロ
got
をプレゼン
Sakura
トしてもらったところまで。
Maria One-chan.
サクタロの話を
You
聞かせて
promised
くれる
you
約
would tell
束
me
になって
about
たわ。
Sakurato? As I say his name, right? Sakutaru? Sakutaru?
サクタロのこと話すよ。
Let's talk about Sakutaru. Sakutaru?
サクタロはね、とっても可
You
愛
know,
いぬい
Sakutaru
ぐる
is
み
a
なの。
really cute stuffed animal.
エンジもきっと気に入るよ。
I'm sure you'll like him too, Anji.
うん。
Yeah,
そのお話を聞かせて。
tell me that story.
マリアお姉ちゃんに
The
お
only time I
話
can
を聞
relax
か
at
せて
school
もらえる昼休みだけが
is when I listen to your stories during lunch break.
一番心を許せる時間だもの。マリア話す。
I'll tell you about it.
サクタロはね、
When I looked at Maria One-chan, who was always in a good mood, it made my heart feel warm as well. As I listened to her tale, I began to get absorbed into her world. Oh, this is gonna be either very cute or very sad. Oh god, not this.
ハッピーバースデー
Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Happy birthday, Maria!
ごめんね帰りが遅くな
Sorry I
って
got back so late.
ママのお仕事お疲
Good
れ
job
様。
with your work, Mama.
マリア、ママが
I
忙
know
し
you're
いの
busy.
知ってるか
So
ら
even
遅
though
くなって
you
も
were
泣
late,
かないで待ってた
I waited without crying.
おとなしくテレビ
I
見て
was
待って
good and
た
waited, watching TV.
うんマ
Yes,
リアは偉いわね
you're such a good girl, Maria.
お行儀よく待ってたご
As a
褒美
person
に
for waiting
今日は
politely,
何でも好きなも
you
のを
can
注
order
文していいわ
anything you
よ
want today.
もちろん
Of course,
食べきれる分
only
だ
as
けだ
much
けど
as you
ね
can eat. Okay?
今日はコーンス
Today,
ープを
can
オ
I
ニ
change
オ
my
ングラ
corn
タン
soup
スー
into
プに変えてもいい
onion gratin soup?
ええいい
Yes,
わよ
that's fine.
200 円
It's
高くなる
200
け
yen
ど
more
クロ
expensive,
ー
but
シュー
I
ト
can
ピッ
change
ツァ
it
に
to
変えてもいい
Porcesco pizza?
ええいいわよ
Yes, that's fine.
本当に食べられるの
You
よ
really
ね
can eat it.
でも
But
いっか
that's okay.
誕生日だし
It's
ね
your birthday after all.
ちゃんとお行儀よく
You
待っ
must
て
be
たいい子の
rewarded
マリア
for
に
the good
ご
girl
褒美に
who
ない
waited
と
so
ね
patiently.
じゃあ
Then,
デザー
and
ト
then,
に
can
エ
I
ンチラ
have
ーダチーズケーキもつけていい
enchilada? They're in there, right? Enchilada cheesecake for dessert?
あと
And
ね
then, and then
シェフの
the
気まぐれ
chef's
フル
choice
ーツ
fruit
サラダ
salad
に
and
キッズ
kids
フライ
French
ドポテ
fries?
トメロンソーダも飲みた
I
い
want to drink melon soda too.
マリアはいい子マ
I
リ
am
ア
a good
はいい
girl. Maria-chan is a good girl.
ママに褒められた
Mama, praise me.
ちょっとはしゃ
You're
ぎす
getting
ぎ
a
よ
little too excited.
もう少し静か
You
にし
don't
ない
quiet
と
down a bit,
他のお
you'll
客さんに
disturb
迷
other
惑よ
customers. When Rosa gently admonished her, Maria stuck her tongue out and eased up a little. But it seemed that she was having a hard time repressing her excitement at being able to eat out with her mother after such a long time. Today was Maria's birthday. Rosa always tried to let Maria spend her birthdays at great restaurants. When Maria had been in kindergarten, they sometimes invited other kids from the neighborhood over and had a party at home. Rosa would make a wonderful cake and snacks and decorate the house herself, making a huge celebration. But when they moved, and Maria no longer had friends in the neighborhood, Rosa had started splurging at expensive restaurants instead. However, today, they were in a normal family restaurant. It was also a little late in the day for a kid like Maria to eat there, even with a parent. Actually, she had gotten reservations at a fantastic place that would surely have pleased Maria. Of course, she had also prepared a wonderful cake with Maria's name written on it. But Rosa just hadn't been able to finish up her business, and had been forced to cancel. Since that plan had been traded for a local family restaurant, Rosa felt a little indebted to Maria. So she was prepared to spoil Maria a bit and let her have whatever she wanted tonight.
マリアお姉ちゃんってあんまり食べ
You
ないんじゃ
never
ない
used to eat much, did you, Maria One-chan?
こんなに頼んで大丈夫なの
Was it really alright to order that much?
あんまり食べられないけ
I
ど
can't
い
eat
っ
very
ぱい
much.
並ぶのが好き
But
なの
I like to have a lot lined up.
お誕生日のテーブ
You
ルはね
know, like on a birthday table.
赤青緑
It is
黄色
colored all
い
over
っ
with
ぱい
red
色
and
とりどり
blue
だ
and
と
green
幸
and
せにな
yellow.
れるの
It makes you really happy.
そうね
You're right.
お誕生日のテーブ
Having
ル
your
って
birthday table be
カラフルだ
colorful
と幸せな気持ちになれるわねうちの誕生日は
birthdays
マ
at
リアお
my
姉ちゃんのと
place
ころにはだい
were
ぶ
no
負けるけど
match for yours.
駅前のケーキ屋さんで買ってくるケーキが
But the
いつも
cakes
とて
you
も華やか
bought
だっ
at
たっ
the
け
Fumiya store in front of the station were always gorgeous. Aunt Angie thought back to her own birthday nostalgia. Even though Dad was busy, he sometimes came home to show up at my birthday party, and then went right back to his company. At the time, I was sad, but now I understand how important I was to Dad. Of course, Mom also took very good care of me. In particular, Her birthday presents were always in excellent taste, and she sometimes arranged for them several months in advance. Even though we always sent an invitation to Battler Oni-chan, he didn't get along with Dad or something, so he kept not coming. So when he did come, I was really happy. The birthday parties and the whole 4-person family gathered made for fun memories that I'll never forget.
エンジェのお誕生日も
Angie's
とても楽しそう
birthday
だね。
sound like a lot of fun too.
バトラとルドルフおじ
Butler
さん
and
がす
Uncle
ごく賑
Rudolph
やか。
are really lively.
わいわいキャッキャ。
Yay!
バトラクーラーかけ
That
られ
was
てる。
covered in cola. Oh, how did he do that? What happened? Maria One-chan peeked into my happy memory. As I sat quietly, wearing the origami helmet that Dad had made for fun, I was a little embarrassed. In my hand was a paper gun that Battler Oni-chan had folded for me. And Mom was taking a commemorative photo. It was the happiest moment of my life.
でもマリアお姉ちゃんの誕
Your
生日だって
birthday
負
is
けてないよ。
no worse, Maria One-chan.
それで
And
今
this
日
is
もらえ
the
るん
day
でし
you
ょ。
get him, right?
サク太郎は。
Saktara?
すっごく楽しみだった。
I was really looking forward to it.
ママのカバンの
I
脇
get so
にあ
excited
るプレゼントの
wondering
包
when
みを
Mama would show
早
me
く見せて
the
もら
red
えない
present
か
in
な
the
と
corner
ず
of
っ
the
とワク
bag.
ワクしてた。
Saktaro is the name of a stuffed animal that Maria was to receive that day. For quite some time before then, Aunt Rose had been making a stuffed animal to give Maria as a present. Hearing that it was a cute lion stuffed animal, Maria One-chan had already given it the name Saktaro, even though she hadn't received it yet. Today, she was looking forward to meeting Saktaro even more than her own birthday. Aunt Rose ran a clothing design company. It seemed to be some kind of brand name. What was it? Auntie Rosa? It seems their catchphrase was, "I can't forgive me of yesterday." Unfortunately, I never met someone who knew of that brand name. Maybe it wasn't that famous. So Aunt Rosa was pretty skilled with her hands. I heard that she made some of the clothing she wore herself. So making a stuffed animal had to be well within her capabilities.
手作りのぬいぐ
A
るみなんて
handmade stuffed animal?
ちょっと素敵。
That's pretty amazing.
ところで
By the way,
サク太郎って名前
why did you call it
どういう意味でつけた
Saktaro?
の？本当はさくらってつけたかっ
Actually,
た。
I want to call it Sakura.
でもオスライオンのぬい
But
ぐ
it's a
るみだ
male
から
one.
男の子の名前にしなさいって言われたの。だから男の子
So
っ
I
ぽく
added a
太郎を
boy,
加え
like
てサク太郎。
I called him Saktaro. Saktaro.
最後の「う」はいつの間に
Eventually,
か
the
な
last
くなっちゃ
U
った
disappeared.
なんでさくらなの？
Why Sakura?
テレビアニメの主人
The
公の
main
名
character
前
in Card Master Sakura. Card Captain. Of course. That's something a little kid would do. Just saying, I do now. It was the name of the main character in a TV anime that was popular at the time. And in fact, that she simply borrowed the name of a character she liked was, how should I say it, as innocent and cute as you expect for someone that age.
ママサク太郎まだ
Still no Sakutaro?
サク太郎も一緒に
I
お
want
誕生日待
Sakutaro
ってて
join
あげ
in
た
on my
い。
birthday too.
プレゼントはいつも最後でしょ。
Presents always come at the end, right?
今広げると汚
If
し
you
ちゃうわ
open
よ。
now, it'll get dirty.
食事が終わるまで我慢し
Hold
なさ
on
い。
till the meal's over.
じゃあ早く食事を
Then
終わ
I'll
ら
finish
せ。
eating quickly. As soon as she proclaimed that, she started tearing into her meat. Aunt Rosa got mad at her, saying that was rude. It seemed that she expected this would happen right away. I also thought that given how straightforward Maria was, that was probably what she'd do. So it was kind of pleasant when my expectations weren't betrayed. Yeah, Maria is very straightforward, if you can tell. In the end, Aunt Rosa lost to her daughter's eyes, which were sparkling with anticipation, cleaned up the table, and took out the long-awaited wrapped present.
ハッピーバースデーマリアンなかなか時間が取れなくてあまり上手に作れなかったんだけど
If you made it, I'll be happy with anything. Aunt Rosa spoke a bit humbly, but Maria One-chan was happy, even before opening the present. I couldn't really understand that feeling. It's not a problem of quality. Just the fact that it was a handmade present was more pleasing than anything. Can I open it? Can I open it?
本当はお家に帰
I
ってからに
wanted
して
to
ほし
wait
いん
until
だ
we
けど
got back home before doing it. But
ちょっ
just
とだ
for
けよ
okay.
ちょっと見て挨拶した
Well,
ら
just
打
take
ち
a
とし
look
まう
and say
の
hello, then put it back.
ちゃんと挨拶するの
We
は
give them a
お
proper
家に帰
greeting
ってから
once
に
we
す
get
るの
home.
よここはお
You're
外
in
なんだ
public,
から
so you
はしゃ
can't
い
go
じゃダメ
around.
よ
Okay?
約束できる
Can you promise?
約束する
I promise, promise.
だから開けても
So
いい
can I open it?
マ
Can I open it,
マ
Mama?
開けてもいい
はいはい
Yes, yes.
ちょっとだけ
Just
よ
for a bit, okay? Aww. Before Aunt Rosa finished talking, Maria started unwrapping it. Ah! Takataro! As soon as she did, yellow and orange peeked out. What appeared was a slightly blank-looking lion stuffed animal, with cuter round eyes and a light chest. Look at him! Look at our boy! Isn't he adorable? It gets even cuter later. It was about the size of a small pillow. It looked pretty big next to someone as short as Maria One-chan, but it probably wasn't that large. From the perspective of someone who didn't know better, it would probably look like something cheap, brought from a department store or something. But to Maria One-chan, it was her mother's handmade stuffed animal. The only one of its kind in the world and irreplaceable.
サクタローサクタローかわいいかわいいすっごくかわいい
So cute!
ママありがとうママありがとうお仕事で忙しいのにこんなにかわいいぬいぐるみを作ってくれて本当にありがとう
Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much for making such a cute stuffed animal, even though you're so busy with work.
そんなに褒められる
You
と
praise me that
かえって
much.
恥ずかしいわ
It's actually embarrassing.
全然時間
I
が取れ
couldn't
なくて
take much time,
大したものを作れ
so
なか
I
ったの
couldn't make anything that good.
本当は
I
抱えきれ
actually
ないくらい
wanted to
大
make
きなのを
one
作る
so
つもりだっ
big
たのにね
that you couldn't wrap your arms around it.
これ
No, this is good.
このくらいの
With
大
this
きさ
size,
なら
we
い
can
つも
always
一
be
緒にいられる
together.
もん一緒にお
We
出かけで
can
きる
go
もん
out together.
サクタローお
Sakura,
姉ちゃんだよ
I'm your One-chan.
本当に可愛
It
らし
really
い
is
ぬいぐるみ
adorable
ね
stuffed animal.
この子がマリア
So
お姉
this
ちゃんの
kid
一
is
番のお
Sakura,
友達の
your
サク
best
太郎なの
friend.
ね
学校には一緒に
We
行けな
can't
い
go
け
to
ど
school
お
together,
家ではい
but
つも
me
い
and
つも
my
一緒
best
にいる
friend
一
always
番のお友
together
達
at
なの
home.
サクタロはね、と
You
っても
know,
無垢で可
Sakutaro
愛ら
is
しくて、
really
そして
innocent
い
and
つも
cute.
マリアに優し
Always
くし
nice
て
to
くれる
me.
の。マリアに元気
He
がない
supports
時
me
には
when I feel
励まして
down
くれて、
and plays a
マ
lot
リア
with
が
me
元
when
気
I'm
な時は
feeling
一
good.
緒にいっぱい遊んでくれるの。だからマ
So
リアは
I'm
もう
never
寂
lonely
しくなんか
anymore.
ない。ママが仕事
Not
で
alone
忙
with
し
Mama's
くて
busy
一人ぼっ
with
ちで
work
も
and
寂
I'm
しく
all
ないし、
alone.
学
But
校
even
で
when
誰
no
も
one
遊ん
plays
で
with
く
me
れ
at
なくても
school.
全然寂しくないの。ねえ、サクタロ。
Isn't that right, Sakutaro? At school, Maria One-chan had lived in the same kind of environment as I did. Compared to the other kids in her class, Maria One-chan's tempo was always a little slow. Person's abilities and ways of viewing things were a little peculiar, and a little too idiosyncratic for her to blend in. Her grades were low as well, and then she was talkative about everything related to the occult. For her specialty, she was treated like a weirdo by everyone else in the class. If you were touched by Maria One-chan, you'd be cursed. Stuff like that. Apparently everyone in her class acted like she was disgusting, made fun of her, and avoided her. If a boy bumped into Maria One-chan, he started rubbing that part against the other boys as if he had gotten some scum on him. They pick up her stuff like it was something filthy and chase the other boys around with it. It seems the girls thought even speaking to her was unpleasant, so they ignored her all the time, only giggling and sneering at her whenever she made a mistake.
いじめって
Looks like
いつの
bullying
時代も
is
似
the
た
same
ような
in
ものな
all
のね。
eras.
人間ってほんと進化しないの。
Humans really don't advance at all, do they?
滅べばいいのに。
And they just get wiped out.
マリアはいじめられて
I'm
悲しい
sad
けど、
when I'm bullied,
でも
but I
仕
think
方ない
it
と
can't
思
be
うの。
helped.
仕方ない？
It can't be helped?
どうして？
Why not?
だってクラスには一人
After
いじめ
all,
られっ
there's
子
a
がい
rule
ない
that
とい
says
けないって
every
ルー
class has to
ル
have
な
a
んだも
single
ん。
bully kid. Turn on stupid notifications. My phone, sorry. Keeps going off. There we go, that's better.
最低なルールね。
That's a horrible rule.
それを作ったやつの
I'd
後
like to
頭部
find the person who
レンガ
made
で
it
殴って
and
やりた
hit
い
them
わ。
over the head with a brick. Girl! I mean, I agree to.
もちろん角で。
Using the corner, of course.
もしもマリアがいなくなったら、
If I wasn't
きっと
there,
マリアの代
then
わり
there
に
would surely be a new
新し
bully
い誰
kid
かが
chosen in my
新しいい
place.
じめられっ子に選ばれる。マリアが我慢することで、
I can
マ
protect
リアは
that
そ
kid.
の子をかばってあげられるの。
As she said that, she smiled faintly. Maria One-chan's way of thinking really is unusual. According to her, from the beginning, a witch had resided in that place called a school. No, she says that any place where a lot of people gather will have a witch residing there. The witch tries to steal the students' souls through death by disease or accidents. Apparently, she sometimes also corrupts those souls, leading them down the path of evil. She says that an angel came, not content to let that occur.
天使様はね、魔女をやっつけようとした。
Tried to finish off that witch.
でも魔
The
女は
witch
兄
was
弟で
powerful,
戦いは
and the
7
fight
日
took
7
7
晩
days
に
and
及
7
んだんだ
nights.
けど、
But
そ
even
れで
then,
も決着
it
しなかっ
still
た。
wasn't over.
疲れ切った魔
The
女は
tired out
休
witch
戦し
asked
よう
for
と
a
言って
truce
こう提
and
案したの。
proposed this.
前に聞いたわ。
I heard about that one before.
私はこれまで
Until now, I
クラス
made
の
half
生徒の
of the
半
students in
分
the
を
class become
病
sick
気にした
or
り
injured.
怪我をさせ、でもその代わり
But
に
in exchange,
残りの半分の
I
生徒は
protected the
病気
remaining
と怪
half
我
of
から
the
守って
students
き
from
ました。
sickness and injury.
だからもしも
Therefore,
クラスの
if
一
what
人
member
を
of the class
私
becomes
へ
a
の生贄
sacrifice to
に
me,
いじめられっ子にしてくれるな
is
ら
made into the bully kid,
その他全員の
I
生
shall
徒を
protect all the
病
other
気や怪我
students
から守りま
from
しょう
sickness and injury,
だったっけ
right?
おう天使様
The
が
angel
考
thought
えたの
about it,
クラスの半
compared
分
to half
が
the
不幸
class
になることに比
being
べ
with
たら
misfortune,
クラス
having
の
only
一
one
人
person
だけ
be
が不幸に
unfortunate
なる
would
こ
be
と
much
の方
better.
がそれに魔女
Then
はその
the
強
witch
力
said
な
that
力
she
で
protected
他
the
全
safety
員
of
の
all
生
other
徒の
students
安全を守
using
っ
her
てくれると
powerful
いう
magic.
クラスに40人の
If
生
there
徒
are
がい
40
るとし
students
て
in the class,
20人の犠牲
and
者
the
が
20
1人に
victims are
減って
reduced to 1,
19人が助かるとい
the
うわけ
19
ね
people are saved.
実に合理的な提案
It's actually a reasonable proposal. I wonder if there's some theme behind this fairy tale. If it's a creation by Maria One-chan, a 9-year-old girl, that'd be pretty impressive.
天使様はその
The
提案を
angel
飲む
decided
こと
to
にし
accept
た
that proposal.
だから一
So
人の
the
生贄によって
single
19
sacrifice,
人は救
19
われた
people were saved.
だから
That's why
マリア
my
の
role is
役割
important.
は大切なの魔女は
The witch is
19人を
protecting
守ってる
19 people.
私たちが生贄になることによ
Because
って
you become sacrifices?
その
Well,
19人
I
に
don't remember
感謝された覚えはないけれど
being thanked by those 19 people. Maria One-chan's idea was too compassionate. Both of us are suffering from a very similar type of misfortune. And yet, maybe a small difference in our way of thinking changes how peaceful our hearts are.
それでマリアお姉ちゃん
So,
は悲し
you
くない
aren't
の
sad, Maria One-chan?
悲しくなんかない
I'm
よ
not sad at all.
だってこれ
After
からは
all,
サクタロ
I'll
が
be
一緒だもん
stronger with Sakutaro from now on. Right?
サクタロ
Sakutaro?
うりゅうマリアと一緒なら僕も元気
Oh, you hear his voice already. Hello! If I can be with Maria, I'll be happy too.
ほらサクタロも元
Look,
気って言
Sakutaro
って
says
るよ
he's happy too. Maria One-chan hugged the Sakutaro stuffed animal, playing both sides of the conversation herself. I don't understand it. That's exactly why I want to reach Maria One-chan's level. I was instantly drawn to her tale and her words. What's happening? What's
ベンチ
happening?
は一人ぼっちだから辛い
Angie, is it tough because you're all alone?
辛いわ
Is it tough?
でもマリアお姉ちゃんと
But
こうしていられる時間だけは別
Just the time I can be like this with you is different.
一人ぼっちじゃないから
Because I'm not alone.
サクタロ
And
もお友
Sakutaro
達に
also
なれば
becomes your
もっ
friend.
と楽し
It'll
く
be
なる
even
よ
more fun.
じゃあ今日
To
から
start today,
サクタロも
Sakutaro
エン
is
ジの
Angie's
新しいお
new
友
friend.
達だよねサクタロ
Right, Sakutaro? Gonna talk again.
おりゅう
Uru!
僕エンジェのお
I
友
am
達
Angie's friend.
エンジ
Skillfully moving the stuffed animal like it was a puppet, Maria One-chan expressed Sakutaro's emotions. She was controlling him, but the charming way he waved his short hand and cocked his head to the side made it feel like he really was a new friend called Sakutaro. Of course, looking at it with cold eyes, it would only appear that Maria One-chan was comforting me when I was grumpy. But a soul had definitely been sent into that stuffed animal. The soul of Maria One-chan's love. So I acknowledge the existence of being called Sakutaro inside that stuffed animal.
ほらエンジェもサクタロ
Come
に
on,
挨拶して
say hi to Sakutaro too, Angie.
ほらサ
Come
クタロもご
on,
挨
you
拶
can say it too, Sakutaro.
おりゅう
Uru,
エンジェ
is Angie
怖い人
a scary person? Sakutaro timidly looked at me. He unexpectedly met my gaze and hid behind Maria One-chan's back in surprise. Maria One-chan is really good at playing with stuffed animals.
大丈夫だよサクタロ
It's okay, Sakutaro.
エンジは怖くないよ。
Angie isn't as
とっても
scary.
優
Isn't
しい
scary.
女の子だよ。
She's a really nice girl. Ooh.
どうも
Hello.
サクタロウ
I'm
です。
Sakura.
ウリュウ
Hello.
はじめまして。
Pleased to meet you.
Sakutaro.
Sakutaro.
エンジェよ。
I'm Angie.
新しいお友達になれて嬉しいわ。
Held out my hands as though asking for a handshake. And Sakutaro's short hand was struck out towards me, lightly touching my index finger. Oh, that's adorable. That's a little adorable. After all, when a human and a stuffed animal shake hands, their sizes are too different. This agreement by touching each other's fingers was our handshake.
これでも
Now,
エンジと
Angie
サ
and
クタロウは
Sakura
お友
are
達だよ。
already friends.
一人よりは
Two
二人、
people are
二人
more
よりは
fun than
三
one,
人の方が
and
もっ
three
と
people are more
楽しい
fun
よ。
than two.
ウリュー
Maria Onechan had given the name Sakutaro to the stuffed animal she was to receive on her birthday, and had a warm and expanded Great. Maria Onechan had given the name Sakutaro to the stuffed animal she was to receive on her birthday. It had warmed and expanded his existence in her heart for a long, long time. Therefore, even before she met him, his existence was sublimated into her personality. Even the first moment they met, they were already friends. Of course, that wasn't anything extraordinary in Maria Chan's eyes. Although I don't think she's personified and loved anything as quite as much as Sakutaro. She loved the things she owned very much, treating them just like friends or both as pets. Maybe Aunt Rosa hadn't let her keep a pet at some point in time, so she felt like treasuring objects instead. And maybe she was so isolated that she'd been forced to find a friend nearby. Because of all of that, what happened that day wasn't anything extraordinary from her perspective. Even so, Sakutaro, no, maybe I should call it Sakutaro, like Maria Onechan. There's no doubt that Sakutaro was a stuffed animal. A friend whom she loved more than anything or anyone. Oh no. Oh no.
もしもし、ママよ。
Hello? It's Mama.
上機嫌ね。お友達が来てるの？
Why is she whispering? You're in a good mood. Is a friend over?
サクタロウと遊んでるの。
Playing with Sakutaro?
サクタロウったらね。
Sakutaro, knock it off! It was already about 9 at night. Rose had asked because this wasn't a good time to have a friend over, and she'd been just a little surprised. But when she thought about it, Maria didn't have any friends who could come over to play, did she? Even so, to think that she'd have so much fun playing with that stuffed animal. Rosa was very pleased that Maria had liked her birthday present so much.
ごめんね。
Sorry,
ママ、どうしても
Mama
仕事が片
just
付かな
can't
くて。
get work finished tonight.
来期のラインナップが難航してるの。
Next season's lineup is having a tough time.
ようやく
It
少
looks
し
like
ずつ注
we're
目され
finally
始め
starting
る
to
みた
get
いで、
orders bit
な
by
んとか
bit.
ここで期待に応
I
え
want
ら
to
れるイン
somehow
パク
give
ト
it
を与えた
a
いの。
bit more impact, so we can answer to their expectations.
今夜もお泊まり？
So you're spending the night?
いいよ。
Sure, okay.
頑張ってママ。
Do your best, Mama.
そう？
Really?
ありがとうね、マリア。
Thank you, Maria.
ママのお仕事のことを
Thank
分
you
かっ
for
てくれて。
being understanding about Mama's work. Rosa was surprised that Maria had accepted so easily that she wouldn't be able to come home from work. To Rosa, having to tell Maria that she'd be coming home late or staying overnight was a huge burden. Maria would start crying about how lonely she was under their end of the phone, and it took a lot of time and effort to calm her down. To think that Maria would accept it in such high spirits? Is this also thanks to Saktaro? Rosa had once again pleased that she had given her daughter such a good present. I'll make sure I come back this time tomorrow. Let's eat dinner together then. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you, Maria? Buy a bento at the convenience store and eat it. No sweets and no soda. I'll check the receipt and change, understand? Shopping with Saktaro! Shopping with Saktaro! Hey! Not Saktaro. Have him watch over the house. From Maria's manner of speech, Rosa got the feeling that Maria might have gone shopping with a stuffed animal without her knowing about it. Rosa's forehead creased, and after sourly saying that Maria definitely wasn't do that, she hung up. Oh, her room is so cute. I mean, what would I expect from Maria? Actually, I kind of expected more witches and monster stuff. I mean, we got the little jack-o'-lantern here, but didn't be like undershoot jack-o'-lanterns. Never mind. Mama said I mustn't go shopping with Saktaro. Uryu. Can't go shopping with Maria. Staying home alone will be lonely. Why did Mama say not to go shopping with Saktaro? Uryu. I'm sure that if Maria was seen with me, it would be embarrassing. Embarrassing? Why? Mama says not to take me outside a lot. And she usually says Maria can't do it because she's too old. No. God. Relate to this too. Relate to this too. I'm not embarrassed at all with Saktaro, right? No, I'm a lion, but I'm a stuffed animal. You're a lion and a stuffed animal, but you're my friend. So let's go out together. Just when my mama isn't around as a secret. You aren't saying that you're embarrassed, are you? I'm not embarrassed, but... Ew, the people outside are a little scary. Is that it? Now make it so you can go outside without being scared. Leave it to me. I got something that's really useful. Maria started fishing around her messy room. Oh no. Rosa often told her to clean it up, but Maria apparently didn't like doing it. However, Maria herself knew more or less where everything was. So much so that if it were to be cleaned up, she would have trouble finding where anything was. Here it is! Hey, look, Saktaro! A knapsack! Maria proudly held it up high. Saktaro looked at the knapsack, which was gaping open, squirming as though saying, "Are you serious?" Uryu, Maria, you aren't saying... Ew! This way, you can go shopping together, and Saktaro won't be scared. Maria held Saktaro up and started stuffing him into the knapsack. At first, she tried to stick him in head first, but then he'd be upside down and suffocate. So she pulled him out and tried pushing him again, feet first. Uriel! Ay! Dark! Look, it's alright! If you stick your head out, it isn't cramped, it isn't dark, and it isn't scary. And it's a good view. Uriel, you're right. It is okay for me to go shopping with Maria like this? Yeah, it'll be fine. What should we get for dinner tonight? Alright, let's go, Sakura! Looks like you're having fun, Maria One-chan. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Even things that would be lonely and boring alone all become fun with Sakura. Any human friend would have to go home when it gets late. But Sakura doesn't go home, so we can spend together all the time. He'll watch TV with me, be together even in the futon, and even hold my hand on scary nights when there's thunder. He'll chase away the monsters in the closet and under the bed. Sakura is reliable. You know, since I'm a lion, I'll show my courage and chase away any monsters that scare Maria. They were so close that it made me a little envious. I am supposedly older than Maria One-chan was then. But Maria One-chan really is my One-chan. And I still haven't reached her level. If only I had a friend close by like Sakura. Sakura and I are your close friends, right? We're always by your side. It's just your magic is weak, so you can't perceive us unless you open about my diary, like this. Perceive? You know some pretty difficult words, Maria One-chan. According to her, this world is full of magic and spirits. And they're as natural and nearby as a light breeze. You don't really notice or see the wind. But when incense smoke or something draws trails, you can see it, right? Right. And even if you can't see it, it's always nearby. That's it. We're always really close to you, Angie. Gods and spirits and guardian spirits are always right next to us. But if you aren't conscious of them, you can't feel their existence. Like wind that can't be seen with the eyes. But they certainly are near us. They are drawing trails in the smoke called magic. Anyone can see them. I thought I'd only be able to meet Maria One-chan while this diary was open. But from what she says, she's always with me, and I can meet her at any time if I truly desire. Along with my record of life, I left a fragment of my own soul in my diary. A fragment of her soul. I was about to say she left a fragment in the diary, like, oh my god. So, the power of my magic resides in this diary. But it's very faint, so only you can feel it. Only I can tell it's there? Yeah. After all, the power of of a witch
ママの
besides
力
me,
を宿しているもの。
just like me.
園児だって
If you study
ちゃん
hard,
とお勉
you
強
two
す
will
れば
definitely
き
become
っ
a
と将
great
来
witch
立
in the
派な魔
future.
女になれるんだよ。
魔女
A witch?
それは楽しい
I
のかし
wonder
ら
if that'd be fun.
うん楽しいよ。
It is fun.
そうすれば
If you do that, you'll be able to know that Saktaro and I are always by your
いつも身
side,
近にいるのが
even
分かる
without
ようになる
opening the
よ。
diary.
そしたら
If
毎
you do
日
that,
がとって
every
も
day will
楽しく
become
なる。
fun.
そしたら
If you do
園
that,
児に
I'll
マ
introduce
リ
you
ア
to
は他にも
many
た
other
くさんのお
friends.
友達を紹介できるよ。そしたら
If you
毎
do that,
日が忙
every day
し
will
くて
get busy
とっても
and
賑
very
やかになる
lively.
よ。
それは楽しい
And
か
it
もし
might
れ
be
ない
fun.
マリアお姉ちゃんが残し
I
た
do
魔
have
導
the
書も持ってるわ
grimoire you left behind, Maria One-chan.
今度真面目に読んでみよ
I'll
う
try
ね
reading it seriously sometime soon.
そしたら
If I do that,
私も一
I
人ぼっ
won't
ちじゃ
be
なくなる
alone anymore,
かな
right? Oh, they yes, they did together. Maria One-chan and Saktaro said that at the same time, happy that I developed an interest in the world of witches. Oh, look at that beautiful sky. With her knapsack on her back and half of Saktaro's face peeking out of it, she triumphantly walked through the shopping district late at night. Well, it was that time of day after all. Everyone in the shopping district was either a shop owner or lowering the shutters on their shops, or an employee rushing or else staggering on their way home. Amidst all that, Maria, who was in a good mood like someone on a hike, probably looked quite merry. Every once in a while, passing employees would glance at her back with the eyes of someone seeing something out of place. Office ladies giggled at the cute stuffed animal poking its head out of her knapsack. The supermarket had been closed for a while by this time. However, convenience stores, which had been growing in popularity lately, stayed open until midnight. It was very convenient for Maria, whose mother's return was often late. Maria lowered the knapsack from her back, carrying it like a child in her arms. She headed over to the sweet bun's corner. She pointed to a sweet bun that she had eaten before, explaining to Saktaro that this one was delicious, and that one was pretty good too. Saktaro seemed to be enjoying it a lot.
マリアは3色パンにす
I'm
る。
gonna have the 3-colored one.
これ一つでね、
Just this
あ
one.
んこと
You
ク
can
リーム
eat
といちご
bean
ジャムが食べ
jam
られ
and
るの。
cream and strawberry jam.
でもたまに
But
ウイ
there's
スパンだっ
sometimes
たり
greenish
白あんだ
brown
ったりす
bean
るの。
jam or white bean jam.
あんこは一種
There
類
should
でいい。
be one kind of bean jam.
うり
You
ゅういろいろ入ってて面白
looks
そう
like having different things inside makes them interesting.
うりゅうあとはマ
Next,
リア
I
は
have a
フル
fruit
ーツヨーグル
yogurt.
トにフルーツは入
There's
ってる
fruit in
け
it,
どお
but
菓子
it
じゃ
isn't
ない
a
よ
sweet,
ね。
right?
きっと
Yeah,
ママ
I'm
も
sure
大丈
Mama
夫
will。be fine with it.
サクタルも
You want
ど
one
れ
too,
か欲しい
Saktaro?
うりゅういいの
Is that really okay?
お金は大
What
丈
about
夫
the money?
全
No
然
problem.
聖徳太子なの。
Let's say, look, it's Shotoko Tashi.
だからサクタ
So
ル
I
に
can
も
buy you
好
wherever
きな
you
ものを
want.
買ってあげられ
Saktaro,
るよ。一緒に食べよう。
let's eat together.
サクタルもヨーグルト食べる？
Will you like some yogurt too, Saktaro? When Maria made to grab another one of the same fruit yogurt, Saktaro bit his head slightly worried.
うりゅう。でも僕
But
大
I
きいのは
can't
食べ
eat
ら
a
れない
big
から
one,
小さいの
so
で
a small one will be fine.
おうじゃあ
Then
あの
how
小さい
about
お
a
菓子
small
ヨーグルト
yogurt?
は30円だね
It's 30 yen.
安い
That's cheap.
うりゅう
You!
僕はそれでいい
That's good enough for me.
マリアと一緒
Yogurt
に
with
ヨーグル
Maria.
トサクタルと一緒にヨーグルト
Maria put the 3-color bread and the 2 yogurt into a shopping basket and brought them to the register. The man ringing the register had been in charge of the tobacco shop that had been here until last year.
お嬢ちゃん、この時間によく見かけるね。
I seem to be seeing you a lot this time of day, little lady.
偉いけど、今度からこの時
You're a
間
good
のお買い物には、お
But
母
maybe you
さんと
better
一緒
come
に
with
おい
your
でね。
mother if you're going to go shopping at this time in the future, okay?
ママがいいって言ったから大丈夫。
Mama says okay, so it's fine.
ママはいつもお仕事で帰り
Mama
が
always
遅
comes
いけ
home
ど、
late because
マ
of
リア
her
たち
work.
は寂しくなんかない
But we
の。ね、
aren't lonely.
サクタロウ。
Right, Satara?
うりゅ
Maria, much as I hate this is happening to you, this is one of the times where she really shouldn't have said that.
そっか、そりゃ大変だね。
That sounds tough.
ほら、ジュースを一本お
Yeah,
分
I'll
けしてあげ
give
る
you
よ
a free soda. The man working at the store took a can of leftover soda or something from behind the register and packed it into the bag with everything else.
おじさん、ありがと
Thank you, mister.
う。よかったね、
Isn't that great, Sektara?
うりゅ
She had been told not to buy soda, but she couldn't take it back home. So she decided to drink it on her way back and not bring the empty can back home. With the vinyl bag with the sweet bun in it around her elbow, holding the knapsack with Saktaro in it, in that same arm, and drinking her soda, the two of them walked home.
柚子胡椒ソーダって微妙。
Yozo kosho soda isn't really good.
サクタロウも飲んでみる？
You want to try too, Saktaro?
うりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅ
What does that sound?
うりゅう。わ
I guess Saktaro really liked it.
あ。うりゅう。マリアひどい。
Maria.
まずい。
Nasty. How is it nasty? But isn't yuzu like like kind of like an orange, right? It's like a sour drink. Yeah, I can imagine probably not being that nice. But I know I like orange soda.
だよね。
It sure is. Of course, it's not like she could actually make a stuffed animal drink soda. She just put the can into Saktaro's mouth and pretended to tilt it. But it was fun for Maria to share the taste of this weird drink that she had gotten for free with Saktaro. There was a huge moon in the sky. At times that moon had been clouded by tears when she had been unmanageable during Rosa's overnight stays. When she'd been scolded by her mother. But this moon was very warm, and it seemed to watch over the two of them as they enjoyed their trip home by themselves. Maria and Saktaro. Angie watched the two of them go from behind. She looked so warm from behind. After looking at the backs of Maria One-chan and Saktaro together, it became very hard to remember all those long nights when she cried because her mother hadn't come home. I couldn't say it to Maria One-chan, but if I'd been in the same position, I'm yet given stuffed animal the same name as Saktaro. But it wouldn't have been anything more or less than a stuffed animal. Anyone can make a relationship that only distracts you from your loneliness. But Maria One-chan is different. Saktaro isn't a stuffed animal or a toy. He was a real friend, and far from just distracting Maria from her loneliness. He changed the nights without her mother into a fun time where they could play all by themselves. Was it because Saktaro was a special stuffed animal? Because her mother had made it herself? Because it was very cute? Probably not. If there's a secret here, it doesn't lie within Saktaro. I think it probably lies within Maria One-chan.
これが
Okay,
マリアお姉
so
ちゃん
they're
の
going
言う
back to school now.
魔法の力なの？
This is the power of magic you're talking about, Maria One-chan?
魔法を知るという
Knowing
ことは
magic means that
今まで
you
す
know
ぐ
a lot
そ
of
ばにい
friends
たの
right
に気づ
beside
け
you
なかった
that you
たく
didn't
さん
notice
の友
before.
達に気づけるということ。まるで
This is fun as
新し
having
い
a
お
bunch
も
of
ちゃ屋
new
さんが
toy
近
shops
所にたくさんできるみ
pop
たい
up
に
all over the
楽しい
neighborhood.
こと。
I even locked up in if even sorry. If even I, locked up in this academy without a single friend, had power like Maria One-chan, I wonder if I could make my days just a bit richer. I wonder if I'd be able to honestly shed tears on nights I feel like crying, to smile on gray nights. Yes!
できるよ。
You can!
エンジェはできる。
You can do it!
だってエンジェに
After
だ
all,
って
you also have what it
魔
takes
女に
to
なれる
become
資
a
格
witch.
があるもん。
魔女になる
What it
資
takes
格。
to become a witch.
マリアも魔女になれる
I
資
have
格
what it takes to
あるん
become
だ
a
よ。
witch too.
だからまだま
So
だ
it's
勉
still
強
got
中
a
の
lot
修
more
行
studying
中なの。
and training to do.
きっと素敵な魔女
I'll
になって
definitely become
ほ
a
うきでお空
wonderful
を
witch,
かけて
flying in the
剣
sky
で
on a
虹を描
broom,
いて
drawing
飴
rainbows
玉を
with my
空から
cane,
降らせる
making
の。
candy fall from the sky.
マリアはきっとでき
You
るよ。
can definitely do it.
そしたら
Then
エン
I'll
ジェ
show
にも見せ
you
てあげ
too.
るね。きっとそれ
I'll
は
definitely be
素
like
敵
a
な
scene
夢の
from
中
a
のような
wonderful
光景
dream.
だから。
Maria One-chan said that, making an absolute promise with her smile. There's no way I can become a witch. But Maria One-chan says that. It makes me feel that maybe I really can become a witch. Because in reality, on that desolate night, when no flower of a smile could possibly bloom, her magic surely gave birth to a smile.
魔女に
I wonder,
なれるかな？
can I become a witch?
なれるよ。
You can't!
エンジェは
You're a bit
少し
older,
年
so
齢を
your soul
重
is
ねちゃったか
bound a
ら
bit more by
魂が少
gravity.
し重力に惹かれちゃってる。だか
That
ら
might
マ
make
リアより
training
も修行は
tougher
大
than
変かもしれない
it
けど、
is for me.
でも
But you definitely can.
だってもう
After all,
エンジェ
you're
は魔
already
法
touching
の
a
一
small
端に
piece of
触
magic.
れてるもの。
私が
I am?
魔法？
Magic? Yeah.
だってほ
Come
ら、
on, look.
もう
In
こ
a
の世
world
に
where
は
I
いな
don't
い
exist,
私をこ
you
うして
summoned
呼び
me.
出して語
You're
らっている
talking
よ。
with me.
これは
This
魔法な
is
の？
magic.
うん。
Yeah.
私が日記に
You've
残した
expanded the
魂の
fragment
かけ
of
ら
my
を
soul that I
エン
left
ジェ
in
は
my
魔法
diary.
で膨らませて
And
私
you're
を蘇
reviving
ら
me
せて、
right now.
さっきも言ったよ
I
ね。
also said a short while ago, right?
こうして私と
Since
再
you
会
managed
し
to
て
reunite
会話
with
が
me
できて
and have a
時に
conversation,
笑顔を見せられるん
since
だ
you're
から
able to smile
エン
every
ジェは
once in
魔
a
法の
while,
才能がきっと
you
あ
must
る
have
んだよ。
some magical talent, Angie.
マリアお姉ちゃんが保証する。
You're Maria Oni-chan's graduates. Your Maria Oni-chan guarantees it.
お姉ちゃんはさっき
You
言
said
っ
a
たわ。
second ago. Oni-chan,
私は日記を
I
開いた
thought
時に
I
し
could
か
only
会えない
meet
と
you
思
while
ってる
the
けど、
diary was open.
本当は
But
い
you're
つも身
really
近にいる
nearby
っ
all the
て。
time, right?
私に魔法の力がもっ
If
と
I
あれ
had
ば、
more of the power of
それを
magic,
見て
would I be able to see you?
今こうしているように
And just like
お姉ちゃん
now,
と会話ができる。
would I be able to talk with you? Oni-chan,
いつでも
at any time? Yeah,
いつでもお
we can
話
talk
で
at
きるよ。
any time.
朝のおはよ
I'm
うの
there by
時だ
your
って
side to say
いつも
good
そばに
morning
いるし、
and
授
evening
業中だって
during
そばにいる。
class.
退屈な授業は
Let's
私
talk
とお
together,
話しして気を紛
Let's
らわ
talk
せよう
together
よ。
during dull classes to distract you from your boredom.
食事の時には
I'll
話
also
し
be
相
there
手
to
にな
talk
れる
to you
し、
during
お
meals.
昼休みだって
So let's always
これ
be
までの
together
よう
like
に
this
いつも
during
一
lunch
緒にいよ
break.
うよ。放課後だって一緒にいるし、
We're with
もちろん
you
寮に
after
帰って
school
からだっ
too.
て
And
私
of
はい
course,
つも
I'm
そばに
always
い
by
る。
your side, even after you return to the dormitory.
日記を広げた時に
It's
し
just
か
that you don't
私を見てくれないだけ。
see me, except when the diary is open.
日記を閉じても
Even when I close my diary,
マリアお姉ちゃんは
Maria
私
Oni-chan,
のそばにいてくれ
you'll
るんだよ
be
ね。
by my side, right? Yes,
いるよ。
I'll be there.
だから園
So
児が
if you try to see
私
me
を見ようとし
and
て
try to talk
そ
to
し
me,
て話そうと
I'll
してくれ
definitely
れ
be
ば
able to answer.
私はきっと答えられるよ。しっかりと
If
見
you
て
look strongly and try
話
to
そうと
talk,
してくれれば
that is,
私
I'll
やってみる。
give it a try.
簡単じゃないよ。
It isn't easy, okay?
いきなり
It
うま
isn't
くなっ
going
て
to
きっと
go
いかない
well
よ。
all of a sudden. Got it?
分かってる。
I understand.
きっと簡単じゃ
I'm
ないと
sure it
思う。
won't be easy.
でも
But
私
I
マリアお姉ちゃん
want
み
to
たいに
be
なりたい。
like you, Maria One-chan.
おお、
Ooh,
分かった。
I understand.
じゃあ
Then
私を
look at
よく
me
見て。
well.
しっかり見て。
Look closely.
うん。
Okay.
ゆっくり目を
Slowly
閉じた
open
り
and
開いたり
close
して。
your eyes.
いきなり長く
You
つむっ
can't
ちゃダ
shut
メ。
them for a long time all of a sudden.
私の姿を
After
瞳
burning
に
my form
焼
into
き
your
付けては
eyes,
そ
try
れ
to
を
make
ま
it
ぶたの
blend
裏
into
に
the
染み込ま
inside
せ
of
て
your
いくつもり
eyelids.
で。うん、
Yeah,
やってる。
I'm doing it.
まぶたを閉じても
Once you can
私
visualize
をイ
me,
メージできるようになったら
Your eyes are closed.
そのままゆっ
Without
く
changing
り
anything,
柔らかく目を閉じていて。
and softly close your eyes again.
どう？
How is it?
まだ私が
Can
見
you
えて
still
いる？
see me?
う
Yes.
ん、多分
I
見え
think
てると思う。
I can probably see you.
じゃあ一度
Now
目を
try
開い
opening
て。
your eyes for a second.
いよいよ本番。
Now for the real thing.
心を落ち着けた
Calm
ら
your heart
日記を閉じて。
and close the diary.
その時一度
At that
マリア
time,
の
my
姿は
form
消
may
えてしまうか
disappear
も
for a
しれない。
second.
でも焦ら
But
ずに
calm
心
your
を
heart
落ち着けて。
and don't get anxious.
そして
And then
まぶたの裏に染み込ませた私を逆に瞳に染み込ませていくつもりで。
and then try to make me, the split it into the inside of your eyelids, blend back into your eyes.
ゆっくりと
Slowly
虚空
visualize
に
me
私を
in
イ
the
メー
empty
ジして
air.
私を
In the empty
虚
air.
空に見て。
See me.
うん、
Yeah,
大丈夫。
I'm okay.
じゃあ
Then
閉じるね。
I'll close
日記。
the diary.
おう。
Slowly. I closed it. When I did so, a gray reality filled with the dull air unfolded. Of course, Maria One-chan's form disappeared. Give it all you got. Have courage. Take the first step into the world of witches. It felt like Maria One-chan was cheering me on inside my heart. She's cheering me on. Really? Or do I just think that she is? No, that's wrong. It's because I think this. It's because I think that I cannot see her. Maria One-chan is always by my side. And even now, she's definitely there, cheering me on to do my best. I reach my ears. So I mustn't ignore it like it's my imagination or the voice of my own heart. I believe that Maria One-chan is there. I mustn't doubt. I believe Oni-chan said that she is always by my side. I must not doubt that. But looking at that empty space by the empty back of the wall of the school building, amidst those almost heartlessly boring rays of sunlight, calling out her name was unexpectedly difficult. The chains of common sense that had clung to me until today sneered at me, telling me that calling out to the empty air was ridiculous. It was almost like being told to take a step forward off the roof of a skyscraper, overlooking a sea of lights. It's Maria Oni-chan saying it. It's alright. She's saying that I'm someone who can do it. Stop thinking that you might fall, or that it'd be foolish to take a step off a roof, and free yourself from those chains of common sense. Did she do it? Did she do it? Did she do it? Okay. I steadied my breathing. I concentrated my mind. Make the vivid form of Maria One-chan in the empty space before you rise to the surface. Understand magic. and see Maria One-chan. You can do it, you can do it.
マリアお姉ちゃん。え、誰かいるの？
Is someone there? At that time, I was answered by a rustle in the bushes and a wild cry, and I came to my senses. It looked like I wasn't the only one behind the school building. No, since I've been so immersed in the world of the diary, I hadn't noticed someone coming. I recognized a group of 3 beyond the bushes. They were kids from my class. From their appearance, it felt as though they'd come behind the school building to gossip about someone or talk in secret. I hurried out of that place because if it became known that I'd been alone in a place like this, mumbling to myself, it'd become a pain again.
言ったよね。言ったよね。
She said it right. She said it right.
マリアお姉ちゃんとか言ったよ
She
ね。
said Maria One-chan or something, right?
やばくない？心霊とか
Isn't
見
that
えちゃってんじゃないの？あれ。
She's seeing spirits or something, is she? Ushimi-san, so funny. Oh, that little cackle can actually be unsettling. I could hear the shrill, loud laughter from behind, irritated and feeling that Maria One-chan had been made fun of. I felt that place had a quick pace, and then jogged once I turned the corner. And I might have made it to Oni-chan's world with just a little more time. It was frustrating, agitating. Why does everyone get in my way? I haven't gotten in anyone else's way, not even once. I ran and ran, but it still felt as though I could hear their shrill laughter. Woo, that was a long chapter. Moving back to the game board. Or we're staying with Anji's drama. We're all 12 years later, October 1998. What's going on? Oh god, that guy. Hey, he's back. That's the same dude from Umineko, the leader of the Mountain Dogs. Or is it or not? I don't know. Rumor has it, Anji-chan, you jumped off the top of a skyscraper.
追っかけがうざかったん
The
で。
groupies were getting annoying, so I thought I'd give them the slip. Angie and an old gentleman wearing an expensive suit were alone in a massive modern conference room. All the newest machines for presentations were installed there, but they didn't upset its refined and composed atmosphere. And that alone was enough to make the business-like theme of the room abundantly clear. However, that didn't matter at all to Angie. She curiously sat on a high-class chair that the executive making a salary of several 10 million yen probably sat in, looking aloof from the world.
下の方の階で改装工事し
It's
てて
because I knew they were
転落
remodeling
防
on
止
the
ネットも
lower
あるの
floor
知ってまし
and
たし
had a safety net out. Angie talked about it like it was no big deal, but in reality it had been a miracle among miracles. To think that she shot through several layers of safety netting for the remodeling project, being caught in a multicolored banner adorning the atrium, and slipped off, only to be softly caught by a final banner, landed on the ground without a scratch, and then briskly leave that place. It put Hong Kong movies to shame. Whoever you knew there was a net or not, this is a 200-meter tall skyscraper. We're talking about, right? If things hadn't gone as you planned, there'd be a mess to deal with now.
死んだら死
I
んだ
figure
で
that if I died,
それまでってことでもいいかなって思
it
い
would
ま
be
した
that, more or less.
まあその
Well, still,
ちょっとした
I
運
was
試し
testing
で
my
す
luck a bit.
若気の至
Felt
り
like
ってこと
useful
で
zeal. As though saying that she had enough of that topic, Angie shrugged coldly, sensing that the old gentleman, who was looking at the world below, thought through a crack in the blinds, cackled.
運試しときた
So
か
you're testing your luck, is that it?
いやはや
My, you
やっ
truly
ぱり
are
金蔵さんの
Kinzo's
お孫さんだ
grandchild.
ねうんぷて
The
んぷ
nerve to trust your
天
life
の
to
流れに
chance.
命を預けてもケロリとしてる会長も
The
博打に
chairman
平
was
気で
also a
命を
woman
か
who
けら
would
れる
stake
人だった
her
が
life on a bet like it was nothing.
後ろ
So
見や
maybe
口な
this
のか
really
ね
is the Ushimiya blood at work.
やっぱりあんた
You
将
really
来
will
大
make
物
it
になる
big.
よ
You really will make it big in the future.
悪いことは言わない
Please let me be blunt.
家出ごっこはこの辺で切り
Why
上げ
not
て
give up this
ス
running
マデラ
away
の
from
家に
home
戻っ
and
たらどうだい
home act and return to the Sumadera family?
お母さん実家と仲が悪かったって
I
聞い
heard
て
that
ま
mom
す
had a bad relationship with her family.
お葬式で初
I
対面
don't
の
want to
人
go
の
to
家
the
には
house of people I
行きたくないです。
first met at a funeral. The Sumaderas are mom's family. They're an old family from Kyoto, and compared to mom's frank attitude, unbelievably strict. The only Sumdera I've been on good terms with was Grandpa, who was living apart from his family under the guise of retirement. Mom kept in touch with him, too, but she avoided the rest of the family completely, almost hostilely so. So when I went out to play with the Sumdera family, it was always Grandpa's house I visited. When I was young, I didn't really understand it, but I hear that Grandpa was in extremely weak position as a man who moved into his wife's family register, and his relationship with Grandma was also bad. You might even say that Grandma hated him and confined him to the house. It's hard to imagine that, because she was a soft spot for Grandpa alone. Mom was also hated by the Sundaras. Since I was her daughter, they probably hated me quite a bit too. And yet, they appear for the first time at Mom's funeral, shamelessly going on about how big I'd gotten, like they could act like family after all this time. Even Aunt Ava died. No, when Aunt Ava died, I would inherit all the wealth of the Ushimiya family. If that wasn't what they were after, there's no way they would have been able to say such disgusting words.
まあ
Well,
一人ぼっちになっちま
it's
っ
not
て
as though I
自暴
can't
自棄になりたい
understand
エン
your
ジェちゃ
desire
ん
for
の気
self,
持ちもわからなくもない
abandonment.
な
Now that you're all alone.
自暴自棄とかじゃないです
This isn't self-abandonment.
小うるさいエヴ
I'm
ァおば
just
さん
taking a
にやっと
carefree
くたば
stroll
ったの
now that
久しぶりにのびのびと
that
散歩してるだ
knowing
けじゃ
Aunt
ないですか
Ava is finally kicked the bucket.
周りが大げさに騒ぎすぎ
Everyone
な
else
だ
is
けで
just
す
making too big a deal of it. Of course, everyone was after the Ushimiya family loved by Bear. They must think that becoming my guardian means they'll be able to do as they please with that wealth. Just how many people have tried to get close to me, acting like they want to be a substitute parent.
エンジェちゃんも
If you ever find that you're hurting,
俺でよかった
please
らい
talk
つでも
with
相
me
談
if
し
it
てな
will help, okay?
エンジェちゃんのこと
After all,
実の孫みたい
I
に
think
思
of
って
you
る
as
ん
my
だ
own grandchild, Anchi-chan.
はあ当面はノーサンキューということで
No, say no thank you for now.
それより
More
話
importantly,
を戻してください
let's return to what we were talking about.
エンジェちゃん何度
No
聞か
matter
れ
how
たっ
many
て
times I've asked,
俺
I'm
が隠してることは何もないあの日の六軒島の唯一の生き
chairman was
残
the
りが
only
会長なん
survivor
だ
of Okunjima that day.
その会長が
She passed away
何
without
も語らず
saying it.
に言っちまった俺だって
I
何も
myself
わから
know
ない
nothing.
全ては
Everything is
闇の
wrapped
中
up in darkness. You see, this old gentleman was one of those leaders who had been entrusted with the business group Ava built up after her after she passed away. The one he called chairman was a former chairman, Umineko. His company once had friendly ties with Hideyoshi's business, and he had a close relationship with both Hideyoshi and Eva. For that reason, when Eva lost Hideyoshi, he became the only person to whom Eva might have let her true intentions slip. Whenever Eva's heart was torn by the loss of her family, whenever she took it out on Angie, he had acted as a buffer between the two, as though Angie didn't trust him. So, although Angie didn't trust him, she found him a very easy person to question.
あの事件は
And that crime was...
いや事故
No,
か
that accident.
事件なんて
If I
決ま
call
った
it
ら
a
怒られ
crime,
ちゃう
I'll get
な
in trouble.
それは俺も
I had the
世間
same
やワイド
question
ショーと同じ程
as
度
the
の疑
public
問は持っ
in
た
the
さ
talk shows.
どうしてエヴァおばさんは事故当時
At the time of the
屋敷から
accident,
2キロも離
why
れた
was
ところ
Aunt
に
Eva
たった
in
一
a
人
place 2 kilometers away from the mansion, all alone,
それも嵐の晩に
on the night of a storm?
当時
Back
金
then,
蔵さんは次の後継ぎに
Kinzo-san
誰を
was
選ぶか
unsure
で
to
迷
whom
われて
he
い
should
た
select to be his successor.
表向きは長男の
Officially,
クラウス
he
さん
decided on
って
his
こと
son
になってたんだ
Klaus,
が
but
ク
he
ラウ
didn't
スさ
have
んは
much trust in
あ
that
ま
man.
り信頼されていなかったんだ
それで
So,
親兄
to
弟
fairly
4人の
determine a
中から
successor
公平に後継ぎを決めるため
from among the four
自分の
siblings,
謎というゲ
he
ーム
made
じ
this
みた試練を
game-like
課した
test called the Riddle of the Epitaph.
それは表向きだな
Ostensibly, yes.
おそらく金蔵さん
Kinzo-san
は
probably planned to
初
make
めから
Eva-san
エヴァ
the
さんを
successor
当
from
主
the
後
beginning.
継ぎにするつもりだったんだ長男
He
が後
wanted,
継ぎだという
he
自
wanted
ら
to
のルール
withdraw
を
his
撤回して
own
でも
rule
クラ
that
ウ
the
ス
eldest
さんと
son be
違
the
い
successor.
非常に勤勉で
Instead
優
of
秀だったエヴァ
Krauss-san,
さんに家を
made the
任せ
family
なか
into
ったん
the
だ
extremely diligent and brilliant Eva-san.
碑文の謎を解いた者に家督
The
を
new
引き継
rule
ぐなど
about
という
giving the
新ルール
inheritance
は
to the one who solved the epitaph
クラウスさ
was
んから
probably nothing more than a
次期
farce
当主の
snatched
肩
the
書きを
position
奪
of
うた
successor
めだけの茶番だ
away
った
from
んだな
Krauss-san.
茶番って
What do you mean
どう
by
いう意味ですか
farce?
あの碑文
There's no
は
need for anyone to
誰に
solve
も
the
解ける
epitaph.
必要はなかったのさ適当に
Was
刑
it had
事
been
期間を経
displayed
た
for an appropriate
本
amount
当
of
に
time.
金蔵さんが後を継
Kinzo-san
がせたか
could
った
just
エヴァ
call
さんを呼び出し
Eva-san, whom he truly wanted to succeed him.
その答えを
and give
与
her
え
the
るだ
answer.
けでいいつまり
In other
それ
words,
こそが
that itself would
当主継承の
provide
証
proof
ってわ
of
けさ
her succession to the headship.
それはワイドショー
Isn't
では言
something
われて
they
いない話
brought
です
up
ね
on the talk shows, is it?
まあ当
Well,
主継承が
once you
うんぬ
bring
んな
up
ん
the
て
sus
話を
of
した
the
ら
headship,
余計陰謀
conspiracy
説が優
theories
勢
tend
に
to
なっちゃうから
rise to the
ね
surface.
俺もバカじゃ
I
ない
am no fool myself.
誤解を招くよう
I
な
won't
こと
go
は
out
わ
my
ざ
way
わ
to
ざ
say
口にし
things
ない
that
よ
could invite misunderstandings, you see. This was his theory. At that time, the Ushimiya family head, Kinzo, whose remaining life was announced to be short, was troubled by the problem of who was to succeed him. Normally, the successor would be fixed as the oldest son, Kraus, whom Kinzo had chosen himself. But in his later years, Kinzo began to think that Eva would make a more fitting family head. However, Kinzo was stubborn even against himself, was timid by this title of successor they had already given to Kraus. He searched for an official stance by which he could skip over Kraus and select Eva as his successor. That official stance was the riddle of the epitaph. The primary successor was still Kraus, but there was a new rule saying that if someone appeared who could solve the riddle, they would be chosen as successor to the headship. Then, on what would probably be his final family conference, Kinzo told Eva the answer to that riddle himself. In short, it was the same as proclaiming that Eva herself was the successor.
エヴァさんは
On
あ
that
の
day,
日
Eva
金蔵
was
さんに
summoned
呼
by
ばれ
Kinzo-san,
それを
who
打ち明
revealed
けら
the
れたん
answer
だ
to her,
そして
and
当
so
主を引き継ぐた
that she
め
could succeed the
当
headship.
主だけが知る
He
隠
called
し館があ
Eva-san
る
to the hidden
クワ
mansion,
ドリアンにエヴァさんを取り付けたのだ
Kuadori, which only the head knew about.
で
And because Aunt Ava arrived at the hidden mansion one step ahead,
そのおかげで
she
事故の
escaped
難を
harm
逃
in
れ
that
た
accident, we say.
とエヴァおばさんが
Maybe Aunt
全ての
Ava
財
just
産を
killed
奪う
everyone
た
and
め
made
に
it look like an
事故を
accident,
装ってみ
so
んな
she
を
could
殺し
steal all the wealth for herself.
自分だけ難を逃れ
And
ただけ
maybe
かもしれない
and maybe that's why only she escaped unharmed. Oh, look, they say the word accident. An accident was not never mentioned in the previous games.
大衆紙はそう騒いで
Well,
るな。
that's what the papers are shouting about.
だが
However, I believe
俺はエヴァ
if
さんを信じてるよ。信ず
I
る
say
に
there are
足るポイ
several
ントが
points that justify
いくつかあると思う。
trusting her.
例えば
For example,
今エ
the
ンジェちゃ
ring
ん
of
が
the
指
Ushimiya
に
family
通し
head,
て
which
る
is
そ
on
の
your finger now, and
後宮家当主の指輪だよ。その指
that
輪
ring
は
is the only one of
金
its
蔵さ
kind
んが特
in the
別に
world,
作らせた
which
世
Kinzo-san
界に
had
一
made
つしかない
special.
指輪だ。そして今
And the artisan who
エ
made
ンジェ
it
ちゃんが指にして
acknowledges
い
that
る
the
ものは
object on your
間
finger
違いなく
is,
それだ
without
と
doubt,
作った細工師も認めてる。
the Ushimiya family head's ring. That ring, with a heft of gold and the one-winged eagle, with a one-winged seal on it, had a diamond arranged on a pedestal, and felt both sturdy and reminiscent of the dark hobbies of the rich. Kenzo had worn that on his finger without removing it even for a moment. This man was saying that the fact Ava had proved that Kenzo had acknowledged her as his successor.
その指輪を
After
確か
all,
にエヴァさん
Ava-san
が持つか
certainly
ら
did
こそ
have that ring.
そして
And if you take it into
実際に
consideration that
エヴァさん
Ava-san
が優秀で
actually was
クラ
talented,
ウスさんには
and that
ビジネ
Klaus-san
スシ
had
ーン
made
での
a
数
fool
々
of
の
himself
正体が
several
知られ
times
て
on
い
the
たことを
business scene.
加味するとエヴァさんの
I can
話は
imagine that
全
Ava-san's
く作
story
り
is
話とは
completely
思
made
えないん
up.
だ。
その指輪を奪うためにおじい様を殺害した可能性だってあるけれど
Although there's the possibility that she murdered grandfather in order to steal that ring,
そしてエヴァおばさんは
and then
何
Aunt
らかの細
Ava
工をして
used some kind of
事
trick,
故に見せかけ
massacred
て一
everyone
族
and
を
made it
皆
look like
殺
an
しにした
accident.
そうだな。
Yes.
大衆紙は
It seems the
財産
paper
の
was
独り
saying
占めが目
something
当て
about
で一族
her
を皆殺し
massacring
にしたなん
everyone,
て言ってるよう
with
だ
keeping
な。
all the wealth to herself as a goal.
確かに
True.
エヴァさんはここ
エヴァ
一
さん
番
was
では
a
随
person
分
capable
思い
of
切ったこ
holding
とも
back
しちゃう人だよ。
when she was determined to accomplish something.
あるいは
Or
後ろ
she
宮家
may
の財
have
産を独り
committed
占めでき
murder
るチャン
just
スに
once in her life.
生涯でた
Give
だ
a
一度の
chance
殺
for
人を
keeping
犯したか
all
も
the
しれない。
Ushimiya family wealth for herself presented itself.
だがね、
However,
俺
I
は
don't
そう
think
思わ
that's
ない。
happened. I don't think that happened.
そう信ずる
So
に
what's the
足る
second
ポイン
point
トの
that
2つ目は
justifies your trust in her?
エヴァさんのご家族、
Ava-san's family,
秀吉さんに
秀吉さん
ジョージ君、
Georgie.
エンジェちゃんはにわか
It
が
might
信じ
be
がたいと
difficult for you to believe.
エヴ
Also,
ァさんはあれでかなり家族を大事にす
but,
る
Aunt,
人だったん
but,
だ。
but Ava-san was a person who treasured family greatly. True, part of me didn't want to believe it or acknowledge it, but I did understand it vaguely. Aunt Ava certainly had been a person who highly treasured her family. After all, the root of her twisted personality had been nothing more than the sadness of losing her beloved husband and son. After getting hit with her angry outbursts, she tried to distract herself from that pain. Have no feelings or sympathy at all. But it's not like I can't imagine how the incredible shock of losing her whole family must have changed her character.
家族を愛したエヴァ
You're
おばさ
saying
んは
there's no way
夫と
Aunt
息子を
Ava,
見捨てるわ
who
けが
loved her
ない
family, would throw away her husband and son.
そうだ。
That's right.
もし本当に
Even
エ
if
ヴァさん
Ava
が
really was the culprit and
一族を
massacred the
事故
entire
に見せ
family,
かけて皆殺
making
し
it
に
look
した
like
な
an
ら
accident,
夫と
she
息
most
子には
certainly would have
絶
spared
対
her
に生き
husband
残
and
ってるは
son.
ずなんだ。偶然
She would be,
自分の
she
家
would
族だけが隠し館にいたと
cripple
へり
that.
くつをこねてね。
By coincidence, only her family had been in the hidden mansion.
もし秀吉さん
If
とジョージ
Hideyoshi and
君が
Georgie
無
couldn't
事だっ
have
た
been
なら
safe,
さすがの
even
俺
I
も
would probably
エヴァさん
suspect
の陰謀を
Ava's.
疑ったろうよ。俺は
I
秀
truly
吉
cannot
さんの
imagine
葬儀で見せた
that Ava-san's
エヴァさんのあ
wailing
の号
at
泣を
Hideyoshi-san's funeral
演技だなんて到底思えんね
was an act.
どっちも
So
状
like
況
both
証拠的
points
ですね
so far are the circumstantial evidence.
エヴァおばさんの潔白を物理的に示すには
This
至ら
isn't
な
the
い
same as physically proving Aunt Ava's innocence.
それを言っちゃおしまいだよ。
If you say that, then you're stuck right away.
生き残ったのはエヴァさ
Ava-san
ん
was the,
のみ。
was the only survivor,
その彼女が
and she
そ
says
れが
that
真実だと
that
言うんだ
this
から
is the
さ。
truth.
でも
But
彼
no
女
one
の
can
潔白
prove
は
her
誰にも証明
innocence.
できない
ああ、そう。
Yes, that's right.
そして彼
No
女
one
の
can
犯
prove
行
that she
も
committed a crime
誰
either.
にも証明。そして
And the final point
信
that
ずるべき
justifies
ポイントの最後が
trusting her
警察だ。
is the police.
何しろ
After all, it was
派手な
such
事
a
件だった
flashy
から
crime.
ね。陰謀説を騒ぐ
The
世論に
police
後
were
押しさ
pushed
れて
forward by a public
警察が随分
by a
とエヴァ
public in
さ
an
んを調
uproar
べた
over
はずさ。
conspiracy theories. So they must have investigated Ava-san thoroughly. It was easy to feel something unnatural about the claim that Ava had avoided the accident by coincidence, because she alone had escaped to a hidden mansion. Furthermore, at the time, Hideyoshi's company had been right in the middle of a takeover struggle. In order to buy off the big stockholders, she wanted a large sum of cash. It shouldn't be too hard to find a motive there. But as a matter of fact, there had been nothing at all that implicated Ava as she went to the family conference. Nothing unnatural was found on her that would have been used to brutally murder her family and make it look like an accident. The servants who escaped harm by being off duty on that day also stated that they hadn't seen anything strange regarding anyone related to the event, Ava included. Putting all of this together, it can only be concluded that Ushimi and Ava had headed to Okinojima for a normal family conference without any change, and encountered an accident.
警察が
The
あれ
police
だけ
looked
散
so
々調
intensely
べ
that
て
they
事
still
件
couldn't
性を
find
見出すこと
evidence
ができなか
that
っ
it was a crime.
た。警察
They
が
reached
そう
that
断
conclusion
じた。
themselves.
それで
Shouldn't this
六
doesn't
軒
this
島疑惑は
resolve the
決着じゃ
Rokujima
ないのか
suspicion?
な。
それは単に
That just means that the
警察
police
発見できな
couldn't
かっ
find
たって
evidence
だ
that
けの
it
話じゃ
was a
ないんですか
crime, right?
それを言い出したら
So
キリ
then,
が
because
な
they
い
had to counter
な。
that.
悪魔の証明になっちゃうよ。
Oh, it becomes the devil's proof.
犯罪を暴く
To
には証
dispose
拠
it
を見つければ
as her crime, you would simply need to find evidence.
でも
But what
無
could you
実を
possibly
示す
find
に
to
は何
prove
を
her
見つけりゃいいん
innocence?
だい。消極的事
Is it
実の証
possible to
明は
prove
不
a
可能だ。
negative fact?
エヴァおばさんが犯
Did
罪を
Aunt
犯した
Ava
か
commit
否
a
か
crime, or did she not?
それを判断する
Because
材料
we
が見
can't
つから
find
ない
any
から
materials that
そ
let
のま
us
ま
say
真
for
相は
sure
迷宮
the
入り
truth will
と
remain
い
a
うことで
mystery.
すね
That's what you're saying, right?
そうだ
And that's it.
な。エンジちゃんの期待す
Raising
る
a
言い
matter
方にす
you
るとそうだ
prefer.
よな。
That's what it amounts to.
エヴァさん自
It
身
was
だって
possible even for Ava
自
San
分
to
の無実の証明不
prove
能
her
な
own
のさ。
innocence.
あの島
On
で
that
不幸
island,
な事故
an
があっ
unfortunate
た。
accident occurred.
そしてたま
And
たまエ
Ava
ヴァさ
San
んが生
survived
き
by
残った
chance.
しかも
And we don't
そ
know
れ以
any
上
more
の
than
ことは
that.
何も詰まるところ
And sure, it all comes down to whether you believe the story of the only
話
survivor.
を信じられるか
Ava
否か
Or
って
not.
ことになるわけさ。俺は信
I
じた。
believed
指輪の
the
話を
ring and her
彼女
praised
の尊敬
really
で
love
き
for
る
her
家
family.
族愛、そして
And the tears she
葬儀
shed
で
at
見
the
せた
funeral.
涙。それらを加味して
Taking
考
that all
え
into
て
consideration,
彼女の話
I
を
decided
信
to
じよ
believe
うと
her
思ったん
story.
だ。
でも私は
But
信じない
I don't believe.
指輪なんて
If she
奪う
wanted to
気な
steal
ら
the
方法はいくらでもあるだろう
steal
し
the ring,
家
there
族
were
仲が
probably
本
many
当に
ways
良か
for
っ
her
たか
to
な
do
ど
it.
誰にもわ
And
から
no
ない
one knows if her relationship with her family really was that good.
葬儀の涙が
No
本
one can
物かな
prove that
証明不
tears
能
at a funeral are real.
というか
Anyway,
私はそも
I
そも
hated
エヴァ
Aunt
おばさん
Ava
なんて
from
大
the
嫌
very
い
beginning,
だから
so I don't
私は
even
彼
want
女
to
の
believe.
話を信じようなんて思わない
Like, oh God, what's he about to say? What's he about to do?
事件の真相をどう見るか。
How does one view the truth of the crime?
俺とエンジェちゃ
You
んで
and
真っ
I
向か
are
ら対
completely
立しちまったな。
opposing sides.
俺たちに与
Even
えら
though
れ
the
てる情
information
報
we
は
are
全
given
く
is
同じな
exactly
の
the
に、
same, we
全く
interpret it
異
in
なる見
completely
解を
different
持っちまう。
ways.
こういうこと
This happens often
政治や
in
経済でもよく
politics
ある
and
んだ
business.
同じ事業をや
The
って
exact
も
same enterprise
必ず
will
評価
always
は
be
分かれちま
assisted in multiple different
う
ways.
どうしてか分かる
Do
か
you know
い
why?
いいえ
Why?
愛がある
It's
か
a
どう
question
か
whether one has love.
相手に愛を感じ
Whenever
てる
you
か
feel
どうか
love
で
for someone
物
or
の
not
見え方は
completely
全
changes
く
how
違
you
うっ
view
て
them.
ことなんだ好きな人が
If
貧
the
しい
person
人
you
に
like
施しをすれば
gives to the poor,
尊敬できるだ
you
ろ
respect that. You respect them for it, right?
うでも嫌いなやつ
But
が
someone you
施しなん
hate
て始
starts
めたら売
donating,
名行為だとか
donating.
ばらまき
Fiercely
行政だ
protest
とか
that it's a
ただ
public
の合合さ
publicity stunt, or they're handing out favors.
何をしてもしなくても
Yeah, that
愛があれば
does
感謝
does
し
make a lot of sense with human
愛
nature.
がなければ非難する
No matter what they do or don't do, you thank them if you have love and criticize them if you don't.
それが世の中っ
And
て
that's
もんなん
how
だ
the world works.
エヴァおばさんのことを
Can
信
Aunt
じられる
Ava
か
be
信じ
trusted
られないか
or can't she?
それだけの違いってこと
You're
です
saying
か
that all that really matters.
彼女を疑う
Those
人間に
are
は
those who
彼
suspect
女が
her will
何を
probably
しても
take
しなく
anything
て
she
も
does or
それ
doesn't
は
do
実
as
に不自然
and
に
truly
見
see
え
it
る
as
からさ
something unnatural.
逆もし
And it works in reverse.
俺はね
As for me,
世の中に
I
は
think
真
that
実なんてものは
barring
よっ
certain
ぽどのこと
extreme
がない
cases,
限り
truth might not
存在しないんじゃ
exist
ない
in
か
this world at all.
いや仮にもし
No, not even truth does exist.
真実が
Whether you
存在
believe
し
it
た
or
と
not
しても
is determined
そ
by
れを
whether
信
you
じ
have
るか
love
信じ
or
ないか
not.
絶対性の
Can
わ
you
から
really
ない
call
真
truth
実
without
真
certainty
実と呼べるのかい
truth?
エヴァさんが物
Even
理
if
的なアリ
Ava
バ
San
イを
had been
示した
able
として
to
も
show physical proof
君は
that
そ
she
れを
had
信
alibi,
じられたかい
would you have been able to believe it? Yeah, calling you. It's hard to counter that. I hate Aunt Ava, so I'll probably deny any information beneficial to her and interpret any neutral information in a negative way. In other words, the truth is already decided inside me. So, just when the world is this truth that I'm still searching for and satisfied.
そういう
That's how
こ
it
と
is.
さつまり
So no matter what you
俺から
hear from
何を
me,
聞こうとも
since you still
エン
suspect
ジちゃんがエヴァ
Ava-san
さんに
after
未だ
all
疑
this
ってい
time,
る何を聞いて
nothing
も
will
今更何も
change.
少なくとも
At the very least,
今
even
の
if
エン
you
ジちゃ
were
んじ
to
ゃ
grasp a
仮に
piece
未知の
of
真実を掴んだとして
Hifiroto,
も
no,
真相に至るこ
unknown
とはできん
information,
と思うね
I don't think you'll be able to reach the truth the way you are now.
私では真相
So I
に
can't
至れませんか
reach the truth.
だって
After all,
エンジちゃんは
no matter what
どん
kind
な
of
新
new
情報
information
や
or
新
proof
証
you
拠が見
find,
つかったって
Auntie-chan,
エヴァさん
don't
が犯
change
人
your
だっ
stance
て
that
スタンスは
Ava-san
変えない
is
ん
the
だろ
culprit, right?
ならこれ以
So
上
it's
何を
pointless
調
to
べたって意味はないじゃないか君の中の真相はすでに決まって
The
いるわ
truth
けさ
inside you is already decided. She didn't like that. She's like, you don't know what I'm thinking.
だがもし
However,
エンジちゃんが
if
そ
you
れを
stop
真
assuming
相
that
と思わず
to be
に
the truth,
さらに
if you
奥
wish
深
to
くの
struggle
本当の
further
真相に
towards
た
the
どり着き
deeper,
たいと願
real
うな
truth, there is a
ら一
single
個だけ
way.
方法があるよもう話し
I
たつ
believe I already mentioned it.
なんだかわかるか
But
い
do you know what it is?
愛ですか
Is it love?
よく意味がわからないです
I don't really know what you mean.
エンジちゃんは今
Right now, you're
エヴァさん
considering
を
this
犯人
under
だ
the
と
assumption
仮定
that
し
Ava
ものを考
San is the
えてい
culprit.
るでもそれじゃあ
But
片目
this
で
is
物を
no
見てるよ
different
うな
than
もの
looking
なん
at
だ
something with a single eye.
片目じゃどんな
One
に目を
eye,
凝らし
no
ても
matter how much
物
you
を立
squint,
体
you
的に
cannot
見る
see an
ことができ
object
ない
in the
だろ
three dimensions, right?
だから
That's why
もう
we
一
have
つ目
another
があるん
eye.
だもちろん
And of course,
今の目とは
it's
別
in
の
different
立場
position from the first eye.
エヴァおばさんが犯人ではない
You're telling me to look at things based on the suspicion that Aunt Ava isn't the culprit.
あるいは本当
Or
に
else
事故
that
であ
it
る
was
と
a
いう
real
仮定にも
accident.
基づいて物事を
そうそう
Yes,
そ
yes,
の
that's
通り
correct.
物事を考
When
える
thinking
とき
about
は
anything, you should
異な
always
る
try
立
to
ち位
look
置
at
か
it
ら見
from
るように
different
するんだ
perspectives.
そうじゃないと
If you don't know
本
any,
当のこと
if
は
you don't,
何もわからな
if
い
you won't know, you won't understand anything that was real, that is real.
新聞だってそうさ
It's the same with newspapers.
一つの新聞
You
だけ
can't
じゃ
see anything
その
from
記
the
事を書い
single
た記者の目
viewprint
線
of
一
a
つ
writer
でし
who
か
wrote an
物を
article
見
in
ら
a
れない
single newspaper.
複数の新聞を
Sometimes
読む
you
こ
can
と
only
で
process
初めて
information
立体的か
composed
つ冷静
in
に分析
three
ができること
dimensions
もある。
when you read multiple newspapers.
愛がなけれ
Without
ば
love
真実は見えない。
Truth can't be seen.
いいね。
Sounds so nice. It is. He said the thing. He said the thing. Without truth, no. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Maybe he thought it interesting that such a flashy phrase would pop out of his mouth. For a while, he laughed, looking pleased. At the same time, he was telling me that he said everything he knew, and that it was about time to leave. I understood that and got to my feet.
俺にもエンジェちゃんの気持ちが
I
分
do
かったよ。
understand your feelings, Anji-chan.
あんたが納得
You
する
should
よ
do
う
as you
に
like
しばら
for a
く好き
while
にしたらいい。
till you're satisfied.
当時
You were
君
6
は
years
6
old
歳
at
だ
the
った。
time.
わけがわ
I
からないう
understand
ち
how
に
you
家
must
族を
feel
失
after
い、
losing your family
いまだに
before you
心
could
の整
even
理がつか
understand
ない気持ち、
what that meant,
よくわかるんだ。
and how you must still be unable to sort out your own heart. Now come back.
真相はわかる
You
かも
may
し
have
れな
learned
い。
the truth,
わからない
and
か
you
も
may
しれない。
not.
エヴァさんは犯
Eva
人か
San
もしれ
may
ないし、
be the culprit,
犠牲者か
she
もし
may
れ
be
ない。
a victim.
エンジェちゃんが信じる
I
真
pray
実が
that
見
you
つけられ
find
る
the
のを
truth.
祈
You
ってるよ。
believe it, Anji-chan.
若いうちの
A
旅も
journey at such a
貴
young
重な
age
経験
may
かもしれな
prove
い
to。be a viable experience.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
お忙しいところお
I'm
邪魔して
truly
本当
sorry
に
to
すみ
be
ま
such
せ
a
んでした。
bother when
お好み
you're
さ
so
ん。
busy. Okinogi. It's Okinogi! Okinogi-san!
いいっていいって。
No trouble, no trouble.
これからどうす
What are
る
you gonna do now?
まあ適当
Well,
に
whoever works.
事件関係
I
者
made
や
appointments with
その
several
うちの専門
specialists
家っ
and
てや
people
つに
related to the
何
crime,
人
and
か
I
アポを
plan
入
to
れ
go
てるの
visit
で
them.
そちらを当たるつもりです
そうか。
I see.
納得のい
Hope
く
you
答え
find
が見つか
answer
ると
you
いい
can
な。
accept. Okay, we're like, what's it? At the time, company president Okinogi's secretary came in, handing him a memo over his shoulder. He read it, then looked between it and my face.
エンジェちゃん、旅に出てごら
My
んと言っ
apologies
た矢
that
先で
this
申し
comes
訳
right
ないん
after
だが、
telling you to try and go
耳
on
に
a
入れとい
journey.
た方がいい情報
But
だ
I。have some information you should lend an ear to.
君、今だいぶやばいらしいね。
Looks like you're a bit of nasty fix right now.
私の金を狙ってる連
People
中
are
ですか
after my money.
だからお金なんてくだらない
This is why money's stupid.
だからって財産
Yes,
丸ごと
but
売っ払って
if you sell all
全
your
額を
wealth,
福祉に寄
trying
付
to
しようなん
donate
て
the
したら
whole sum to the public welfare,
エンジェちゃんの財産
you'll
で
make
川
the
残業をして
eyes
る連
pop
中
out
が
of those
目ん
people
玉飛び
optimistic
出しちま
about
う
their
よ。
chances with your fortune.
ああスマデラの家ですか
The Sundar family.
あいつら
No guys act so proud like
Yes.
they're my guards or something. I haven't forgotten Aunt Ava. There's no way I'll put myself in the care of the Sundara family. They probably want to, as Aunt Ava often threatened in the past. Cut off my arms and legs, throw me in a warehouse, and suck the Ushimiya family's wealth dry.
スマデラ家の使いがこ
Apparently,
こ
a
に来るそう
messenger
だ。
from the Sundara family is
君
coming
を引き
here.
渡せと。
They're saying to hand you
Yeah.
over.
保護したいと
No,
言ってるな。
no, they want to protect you. No, you said right, they said hand you over.
使いって
A messenger, you say?
君のおばだよ。
It's your aunt,
キリエさんの妹
Kyrie
さんだ。
san's younger sister.
君のことを
I believe she
妹のよ
told
うに
me
思ってい
earlier
ると
that
前に
she
話
thinks
し
of
て
you
たな。
as a little sister.
ご冗談
She's gotta be joking.
せめて孫と言ってよ
At least call me a
ババ
granddaughter, you old hag.
文脈から見
Judging
る
from the
に
context, it seems they have no wish to listen to your design.
地下2階の駐車場
I have a
に
car
車
away
を
in the
待たせ
parking
て
lot, 2 stores underground.
行きなさい。
Go.
スマデラの家から引き
The
渡せって言わ
Sundara
れてるん
family
で
is
しょ
telling you to hand me over.
いいの
Is it
私を
really
行かせ
okay
て
to let me go?
エンジェちゃんはきっと将来
You'll
大
definitely
物にな
become
るよ。
something big in the future, Aunt John.
この歌詞は
Let's
そ
call
の
this
時
a
の
favor
出世
to
払いってことにし
repay
とこう。
upon your success.
行きな。早く。
Go, quickly. After bowing silently and deeply, Angie left that place in a dash. After watching her leave, the female secretary straightened her glasses and whispered.
スマデラ家からは足止めをしておくように言われていますが、
The Sundara family told us to stall her.
行かせてよろしいのですか？
Is it really alright to let her go?
足止めならしたよ、十
We
分
did
に。
stall her. More than enough.
それに間に合わないのは
If they
スマデラ
still
の
don't
過
make
失
it
だね。
in time, that's their own fault.
エンジェちゃんには
I
逃げ
told
る。
Angie Chan to run for it.
スマデラには
I
エンジェちゃん
informed
が
the
来てる
Sundara
よう通報し
that
た
Angie
し。
Chan would be coming.
捕まっても
Where
捕まらなくても
she
双方
Where
に
she's
恨ま
caught
れ
or
る。
not, I will not be blamed. Yeah, that seems more like Okinoki. He does care about Angie, but he's also not going to fight to protect her.
世の中は
Everything in this world
Aye.
is love. See,
大丈夫。
don't worry,
逃
she'll
げおせる。
escape.
何しろ
After
追
all,
ってまく
that
ために
child's
ビル
capable of
飛び降り
leaping
られ
off
る。
a building to shake sewers. Okinogi looked down through a crack in the blinds, muttering, "Nope, definitely we couldn't do it." Angie wasn't a fool herself. She got off the elevator, but on the 3rd floor. A taxi in the 2nd level of the basement. That's so neat and clean that I don't like it. It's probably better to refuse for now. But my enemies aren't fools either. They're probably waiting in the 1st floor lobby, as well as the underground parking lot. It's such a massive building. Instead of getting anxious and escaping outside, maybe it's better to stay inside and wait it out. No, that's useless. If they get their hands on a secretary room in a modern building like this, I'll have nowhere to run to. This entire building is like a massive dead end. The 3rd floor is the business floor. A young girl like me will clearly stick out. I'm trying not to stand out any more than I do. And I had to. I walked at a brisk pace, searching for an emergency exit. It'd be perfect if that staircase was an outside one. I found the door to the emergency exit. After opening the heavy door, I found the outside staircase I hoped for. I bumped into a man who looked like an employee, skipping work and smoking a cigarette. After glaring at me, he quickly crushed out his cigarette and went away. It looked like there was no one below. If I'm going to escape now is my only chance. Oh god. Just when I thought that, a black car slid right under me and came to a sudden stop, with an incredibly spilling of the tires. Judging by the sounds of tires, it seemed they had several other allies, and that one of them had come here to block this path.
かすみおばさん、やるじゃない。
Not bad, Aunt Kazumi.
非常口から出て
You
くる
think
メールまで送
you
迎車
think
に
you
送る
even
の。
sent a car to pick up your little sister? She's trying to get out through the emergency exit? Bam, bam! The doors of the cars were forcefully opened and 3 black-suited men jumped out, looking up at the emergency staircase. Crap! Our eyes met.
12マルタイ発見
Target found.
北西側非常階段
Northwest
3階
side emergency stairs, 3rd floor. Send support.
エンジェ様
Angie-sama!
そこを動かれません
Trying
よ
to
うに
move from there.
ご無礼を
Forgive
失
our
礼します
roughness. The three of them began to clamber up the emergency exit. They already announced that they planned to be rough. This is pretty bad. As long as I don't stop breathing, they'll probably be ordered to grab me no matter what, even if they gotta rip out one of my arms. Clank, 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 clank. Their heavy, wild footsteps became a helix and began to rise from the lower floors, getting closer. An emergency exit. In the entrance to the lobby of the building, a woman with 7 black-suited guards behind her advanced at a leisurely pace. Seeing this ostentatious entrance, security guards for the building ran up to them, asking if they had an appointment.
これだから東京人は
How typical of Tokyo people.
名乗らせなければ相手の格
Don't
も
you
わから
understand
ない
the status of the person you're talking to without her having to say her name?
失礼いたしました。
My apologies.
当初ではご来賓
And
の
our
皆様
company
にはフロン
guests
トにて
are to
席
take a secure
下がれ。
back
Yes,
down, scum.
私はお前たちの
I
社長
came
に呼ば
because
れてき
I
た
was
んだ
called
よ。
by your president.
おこのぎ哲
Call
郎を呼んでおい
Okanagi
で。
Tetsuro here.
呼びつけておい
To
て出
think
迎
he
え
would
のない
call
とは
me
ね。
here and then not
これだ
welcome
から
me.
東京人は
How typical of Tokyo people.
これは失
My
礼
apologies.
ようこそ後ろ
Welcome
宮
to the
グループへ
Ushimiya Group,
妻で
Sumada
すみさ
Kami-san.
ん
With his secretary behind him, Okanogi dashingly appeared from the elevator. Even though both of them wore both smiles, they were wrapped in a tension resentment of the smell of gunpowder.
演者はどこ？
Where's Angie?
姉さんの可
I
愛
came to
い
greet
可
the
愛い
adorable
姪を
daughter of
迎
mine,
えに
big
来たのよ
sisters.
私は。
後ろ宮グルー
Strict
プでは時間厳
observations
守がモ
of
ットーでして
time
な
is our motto here at the Ushimiya Group.
時間
The
を守れな
former
い
chairman
人間
herself
は
said
契
that
約
those
を
who
守れない
can
って
keep
のが
time can
先
keep
代会長
contracts.
のお言葉でして
You
東
come
京まで
me
呼びつ
all
け
the
て
way
なん
to
てざまな
Tokyo,
の？
and this is all you have to show for it?
逃がしたわね。
You let her go, didn't you?
逃げられたと言って
Please,
もらいたいです
she
な
escaped from us.
これでも随分
We
足
did
止め
saw
はした
her
んで
for
す
quite some time,
さすがに蹴取ら
but
れましたね
unsurprisingly, she did eventually smell a rat.
スマデラさんが時
Of
間
course,
通りに来て
this
く
would
れ
have
れ
been
ば
a
問題は
problem.
なかった
Oh
で
yeah,
す
arrived on time. Sumidera-san.
これだから地方人はルーズで
Ah,
困るん
the
です
provincials and their loose concepts at times. He is treading on thin ice.
今なんと
What was that?
この私になんと
What did you say to me? You couldn't sense any, Kirie's open frankness in Kasumi's face. She wore the arrogance of the ancient Sundera family towards the ruined Ushimiya family, as well as pride, because she didn't want anyone to notice that her family was declining so much that they couldn't ignore the Ushimiya family wealth. Even at a glance, it was easy to understand why Angie hated her aunt so deeply. She couldn't stand even a slight insult, and though she still smiled, her eyebrows twitched. At that time, the black-suited man behind Kasumi whispered to her,
エンジ様は発見し
Auntie-sama
ま
has
した
been found.
対応中
We
で
are
す
currently dealing with her.
あ
Oh,
ら
I'm
間に合って
glad we
よかっ
made it in time.
ありがとうね。
Thank
お好み
you, Okanogi.
ようやくやんちゃな名誉
It
を連れ
seems
て
like
帰
I
れ
finally
そう
took
だわ
my。mischievous niece home.
私、
I
あの子
waited
と
so
一
long
緒
to
にゆっ
take
くり
to
とお
talk.
茶室で語らいた
I
く
waited
て
so。long to talk to
お
that
道
girl
具
in
ま
my
で
tea
準備して
room
待ってた
with
んだ
all
か
the
ら。
tools prepared. Oh god, you're gonna torture her. Man, we like episode 3 of Higurashi. As the violent sound drew a helix, it rushed up at me from below, threatening to swallow me up. Of course, even if I fight, there's no way I'd be able to win. And yet, running into the building would be like jumping into a dead end of my own accord. My enemies will increase in numbers with time. If I don't do something here and now, I won't have any more chances to escape. Then, 3 muscular black-suited men came into view below me. 1, 2, 3. 3 people. In other words, everyone who had gotten out of the car. If there had been just one of them, I might be able to drop kick them or something and smash them in the head, which might work out. But it really would be impossible with 3 of them. Wait, 3? If there's just 3, I should be able to make it. I can do it. Take a deep breath. Wait, did you actually drop kick them?
バカやめろ
What? You idiot! Stop!
危ない
Look out!
うわ
01より12
What the frick
確保
did
した
you
か
do?
応答されたし
01 calling 12. Is the package secure? We received a response.
どうした
What happened?
応答しろ
Respond! She's crazy! Ugh. Oh. See? That worked out perfectly, didn't it? There were just 3 of them after all. I already tried that once from a higher place. I knew I'd be able to jump down just 3 floors. It's a good thing the car they came in was right beneath me. Even if it wasn't as pleasant as a trampoline, it broke my fall. A little gently, a little roughly. How rude.
ここまでへこむこともな
You
い
didn't
わ
have to dent that much. The roof of the car broke my fall, leaving a massive dent around my body. Car roofs are surprisingly delicate. I don't think it's because of my weight. Come on. Apparently, the 3 people on the stairs hadn't planned on me jumping down. It seemed they now realized they'd been outwitted, and they were rushing down the stairs. I gotta run and escape while I have the chance. I moved my body, making clunky sounds on the car roof. But I'd been naive. Of course, they wouldn't all rush up the stairs without leaving one person behind. There was one black-suited man left in the driver's seat of the car that had broken my fall. He stuck his head out of the window, and when he realized that what had fallen on him, he jumped out. In a rush, I jumped off the roof, but the black-suited man's reaction was really fast. Either there was a massive reward for capturing me, or there would be some harsh punishment in store for them if they let me get away.
15確保確保
15. Secure! Secure!
気安く触ら
Don't
ない
touch me like that! Let go! I was mercilessly held down against the asphalt. I was being crushed face down, covered and pressed upon from above. It was a hole without a trace of elegance, but it was extremely practical and left me no room for resistance. I tried to push back with both hands, searching for any way to resist, but I was just being pushed down solidly, and I couldn't even tear myself off the asphalt. Then another car came, squealing its tires and slid to a sudden stop. It's all over now. The man had been crushing me let out a sharp cry. He was yelling straight into my ear, making my left ear ring. What in the world? Along with the black-suited guy, I felt with a funk. And after landing face up, the first thing I saw with them was the arm struck out. The arm struck out right in front of my eyes.
天草
Amasaka?
あんたどう
What are
して
you
ここ
doing
に
here?
その話は巻いてからに
Let's
しま
talk
しょう
about it
ぜ
after we lost them.
お嬢
To the car. Quickly. Quickly, lady. Amasaka grabbed my arm, easily, pulling me up, spinning me around with himself as the center of gravity. Just when I thought it was a little like a dance, he flung me through the open door to the driver's seat. I climbed over the handbrake and slid into the passenger seat. Pushing me in, Amasaka also got in the driver's seat. Since we suddenly accelerated while I was still on all fours, I had to kick and struggle around the car for a while, like a churro that's been flipped over. Amasaka checked the rear view mirror for cars in pursuit, but he flew into the artery of the big city without lowering his speed in the slightest. Amasaka, Akasaka? Like they're intentionally supposed to be similar. We slowed our way between cars one after another. It was like a chase scene in some action movie. I was shaken by this horrible driving, had trouble sitting back down.
お嬢
Are you hurt, lady?
問題ないわ
I'm fine.
人間って案外
Humans
大
are
丈夫
surprisingly durable and also surprisingly weak.
私
Next time,
次
try
から
a
下り
escape
のエレベ
a
ーター
down.
を逃したら
Next time I try to escape a downward moving elevator, I'll jump out of a window instead.
お嬢の趣味は
I guess air drives I guess air dry dyes are a hobby of yours, lady.
ただ
Still, I recommend you grab a parachute next time.
飛び降りた後に思い出すからね。
If I remember to do it after leaping. Cool. He smacked the steering wheel, laughing. Need an explanation for this flippery talking man? Sure, yeah, I actually would appreciate it. His name is Amakusa Juza. He was originally one of Aunt Ava's guards. She didn't start to hate him because he chatted too much. He was much younger than the rest of the guards, but contrary to his outward flippancy, he hoped from the 1st Airborne of the JSDF to the French Foreign Legion. Okay, so this guy's really skilled. Placing himself in overseas private military companies and high-class security companies one after another, making for a pretty incredible and unique career. But I heard he deserted both the JSDF and the French Foreign Legion, and that's why he'll be arrested if he enters France again. And just don't go to France. Both of these flippant episodes were very typical of him. The guards were sternly told not to chat with me unnecessarily, but he came and took a pass at me, didn't he? Aunt Ava was apparently particularly put off by that, and had supposedly dismissed him shortly before she died.
その軽口が懐かしい
It's
わ。
been a while since I heard that carefree tone.
クビになった後はどうしてた
What
の？
happened after you got fired?
ブラックウォーターで
I was coaching some people at Blackwater.
休暇で
When I came back to the country during my time off, President Okinoki offered me a high wage.
で、また脱走？
So you deserted again?
こんな男。
I wonder how a man like that can be useful for anything.
来週までに帰りゃ
Doesn't count as desertion as long as I come back next week.
話があったのは
I
昨
talked
日
with
で
him
す
yesterday.
お嬢が厄
I was
介な
told
連
that
中を呼び
some
込むかも
troublesome
しれない
people
と言わ
might
れま
come
した
call on you, lady.
まさにその通りで申し訳
Sorry
ない
that turned
わ。
out to be exactly right.
お嬢と面識が
My
あって
name probably
ド
came
タバタ
up
の経
since
験
I
も
know
多く
you,
って
and I
ことで
got
ご
lots
指名があった
of
んで
praise
すね
experience.
お嬢のおかげで
Thanks to you,
ハッピーな休暇と
it
小
looks
遣い
like
稼
I'm
ぎになり
happy
そうです
for vacation plus some pocket.
おこのぎさんが
So
あんた
Okinoki-san
私の護衛に
employ
雇ったってこ
you as my guard.
お嬢
He
に
probably
恩を
wants to
売り
buy
たいんでしょ
some
うぜ
prize and gratitude from you, lady.
首の後
After I got
僕の
fired,
職
I
に
was
はいろい
indebted
ろと
to
世話
President
になってま
Okinoki
した
in
ね
various ways.
いろいろと弱
He
み
got
を
some
握
dirt
ら
on
れ
me here
逆
and
ら
there,
え
and
るのです
now I can't say no to him. It seems that getting indebted to Okinoki-san can be pretty costly later on.
で、あんたは私をど
So,
こに連れて
where are
行
you
くつもりな
planning
の？
on taking me?
どちらへでも
Anywhere.
週末までは
I'm employed until the weekend.
それ以降は
Anything
別
mess,
料
anything after that, I'll cost you extra.
一日いくら？
How much per day?
5万で手を
I'll
打ち
take 50,000
経費は別
plus
です
expenses.
軽口を叩かない
You
なら
stop cracking
倍払う
jokes,
わ
I'll double it.
雇用期間は
The
未定
period of employment isn't fixed yet.
何週間かになる
It
か
might take several weeks.
そりゃ大変だ
That'll be tough.
ボスに
I'll have to call my
休暇の
boss
一
to
応
get
言
an
わせてもらいます
extension on my vacation.
私
More
どう
than
しても
eat.
あの日のことが
I
知ら
want
れ
to
たい
investigate that day.
ああ
Oh, is this about Rokunejima?
そうよ
Exactly.
12年前
What happened
あ
on
の
that
島で
day
何があっ
on that island 12 years ago?
た私の手で
I want to
納
investigate
得
with
が
my
いくよう
own
に調べ
hands
たいの
to my satisfaction.
そんな昔のことを
Do you
今
really
更
expect to
調べ
find
て
anything new?
今更新しい
Investigating
発見
something
があ
that
りますかね
old?
そうね
True.
だからこれは
But this is a journey for my
私の
own
自己満足のための
self-satisfaction.
旅なのそれを終えたら
Once that's over,
ネギでもしょって
I'll
スマ
just
デラ
throw
に
my
行く
hands
わ
up and go over to the Sundara family.
かすみおばさん
Didn't Aunt Kasumi say something about how she wanted to serve me some matcha?
角材の上に正座させられて
Maybe
に
she'll
しても抱かされながらのお茶かしら
maybe she'll serve me tea as I kneel on a sharp wooden block plucking stones or something.
そりゃおっかねえ
Damn, that sounds freaky. Going
申し訳ご
on.
ざいません見失いました
My apologies. We lost sight of them. A single man thought to be an associate assisted her in her escape. Ugh. Say that again. My apologies. We lost sight of them. A single man thought to be an associate assisted her in escape. Judging by his possession of a stun gun and driving skills, he's no amateur.
そう
I see.
ありがとう
Thank you. What a shame. Okunuki.
これがあなた
Shall
の
I
お返
take
事だ
this
という
as
こと
your
でよろしいか
answer?
しら
逃がしたのは
Let her get away with your blender.
俺の知っ
It
た
has
こ
nothing
っち
to
ゃ
do
ない
with me.
ね
I do wish to
あなたに
prepare
もぜひ今
some
度
matcha for you as well in the near future. Oh god, she wasn't joking about the matcha thing.
京都においでの際には
And the next time you're in
お立ち
Kyoto,
寄りなさい
please stop by.
行くわよ
I'm going.
あれ
Oh, are you leaving already?
お茶漬けで
I
も
could
食って
offer
け
you
ばいい
some chazuk first. I think she like that. Oh god, she laughs like Frieza. She laughs like Frieza. With her back still facing Okunuki, she laughs softly with an increasingly shrill and hateful tone, using that as a substitute for a sharp parting remark. Just as she stopped laughing, her features suddenly changed to look like a demon's. But because her back was facing him, Okunuki couldn't see that expression. Okunuki watched her go, laughing coolly. His secretary whispered over his shoulder,
よろしいのですか
Are you sure about this?
エンジェお嬢様は
My Lady
我が社の
Angie
筆
is
頭
our
株主
company's primary stockholder.
妻寺家が後見人
If
に
the
なれば
Samdara family becomes her guardian.
知ってる
I get it.
だがな
But you know,
う
we're
ち
in
の
the
天下
world
の後ろ宮だ
we're the world famous Ushimiyas.
舐められ
We
て
can't
たま
let
るか
them take us lightly.
しかし
Still, it looks like that guy managed it pretty well.
あとは
All is let Angie kind of do as she pleases.
頼むぜ
I don't count on you, Amasaka.
霞様
Kasumi-sama.
逃走車両は
Escaping car was a rental.
提示した
The
免許
license
証は
plate
偽装と
display
の
was
こ
a
と
fake.
明らかに
We're
プロ
clearly
です
dealing with a pro.
おそらく車両は放棄する
They'll
でしょう
probably abandon the car.
追跡は困難です
Pursuit will be difficult.
警察に追
So,
わせます
should we have the police chase them?
そうね
Yes.
家出娘の捜索
Shall
願
we
いで
have
も
them
出そうか
search
し
for
ら
our runaway daughter?
税金を納めて
They're
るん
getting
だも
paid
の
with our
警察にも
taxes.
たまには
So the
役に
police
立っても
must
ら
be
わな
some
きゃ
use every once in a while.
母上に
When I left the
私
mansion,
に
that
お
bullet
任せをと
told
反感を
mother
切
to
って
leave
お
it
屋
to
敷を
me.
出てきたんです
Didn't I?
あなた
Do you tend to embarrass
私
me
にさらに
further?
恥をかかせるおつもりあんたらまとめ
Looks
て
like it might be better for me to serve some matcha for everyone at once, doesn't it?
地下の
Our underground tea room is cramped, so you'll have to wait in
に
line.
なっちゃうかしら
Oh god, wait, how is the matcha made? Is matcha using them for something else? Freak! Alright, I don't think I ever had a matcha, but now I'm terrified of it. No,
全力で捜
we'll
索しま
search
す
it with everything we have.
ああ本当
She
に
really is a cute kid,
姉さん
just
に
like
本当にそっ
Nei-san.
くり自分勝手で
Especially
自由
that
奔放
way
なあたり
she
が
free
本当に
wheels
そっく
and
り
just as she pleases.
あ
Ah,
もう
now I
姉さん
can't
にしか
see
見えなくなってきたわ。
anything but Nei-san.
本
I'm
当に
truly
楽しみ
looking forward to it.
姉さんの
If
娘
only
をお
I
茶
could
室にお
invite
招きできる
Nei-san's
なんてね
daughter to my tea room, right? This scares me. Okay, we're still in
妻寺
1998.
家動きが早かったわね
The Sumidara family sure moved quickly.
私
お好
Did
みさんに言われた
Okinoki-san sell me out?
ご冗談を。
You're joking.
俺のク
He's
ライ
my
アントで
client.
す。お嬢
If
を
he
売っ
sold
て
you
な
out,
俺を
he
雇ったり
wouldn't
は
have
しませ
hired
んぜ
me, right?
それもそう
I
ね
guess that's true.
ああ
Ah, so
だから
that's what
3
you.
階でエレベ
So
ーター
that's
を
why
降
you
りた
got
ん
the
です
elevator
か
at the third floor.
地下駐車場に
Him
車が
having
待
a
ってる
car
ので
waiting in the underground
手際が
parking
妙
lot
に
was
安いと
just
か
too convenient.
お好みさんに売ら
I
れたかも
figure
しれないって
Okinoki-san
のも
sold me out.
駐車場に待ち
Though
伏せ
I
がいた
guess
かどうか
by
は
now it's
今と
impossible
な
to
っては
prove
証明
whether
不
there
能だ
was
けど
an ambush set up in the parking lot or not.
なるほどね。
I see.
社長
That
め
poor
気
persona
の毒
guy.
にお嬢に
Looks like
信
you
用
don't
され
trust
て
him
な
a
いら
bit,
しい。
lady.
その
That
地下の
car
車
in
っ
the
て
basement
俺のこと
was
で
mine.
す。
Huh. Like, darn, I made it so much harder for myself.
天草のことだったの
He was talking about you, Amasaka?
着いたエレベ
I
ーター
frequently
が
the
空だ
elevator
ったん
came
で
and was
焦
empty.
りました。連中の
I
無線
wonder
を
what
盗
would
聴でき
happen
てなき
by
ゃ
now.
今
But
頃どう
I've
なって
been
たやら。
listening in on their radio.
つまり
So,
何
what's going on?
私が素直に
If
お
I
好みさんを
openly
信じ
believe
て
Okuniga-san
駐車場
and
に
gone
行っ
to
て
the
れば
parking lot,
私は3階か
there
ら
had
飛
been
び
no
降り
need
る
for
なんて
me
ね
to do
する
that
必
jump
要
off
はなかったっ
third
てこと
floor.
そうな
Pretty
んで
much,
すな。
yeah.
ま
Well, it
結
turned
果
out
オ
okay
ー
in
ライ
the
です
end.
がね。
She's like, she's like cussing at herself. What the hell? If I hadn't suspected President Okinoki, I could easily escape without getting caught in a tough spot. President Okinoki might have sold me out. No, since paranoia told me that it was better to assume that he had sold me out, I suppose and concluded that he sold me out. Because of my inability to believe in him, regardless of his trust. My truth became, he sold me out. I thought back on President Okinoki's words. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Can you change completely depending on whether you have love or not? In the end, perhaps truth itself doesn't exist. There are as many interpreted truths as there are people who speak of the truth. If I can't accept something that fluid as truth, where does the truth that I really want to find exist? And is it something I'll be able to see with my eyes? Even if someone tricks the truth right, even if someone sticks the truth right there in front of me and says it's the truth, I might not be able to see it.
愛がなければ見えない
Without love,
か
it cannot be seen, huh? She said it! She said it! Oh,
あなたのかけらは随分と賑やかね
Lady Burncastle. It's been a while since we've seen you. And this fragment of yours is very lively.
退屈しないわ
It doesn't bore me.
あなたは言ったわ
You told me something.
12年前の
You
真実を探る
command me to search for
私
the
に命じた
truth 12 years ago.
でも
But
なんだ
there's
かわから
something
なくな
I'm
っ
not
てしまっ
getting.
た何が
What's that?
真実って
What
何
is truth?
人の数だけ
There
真
are
実
as
が
many
ある
truths as there are people.
人の数だけ解釈
There
が
are
あ
as
る
many interpretations as there are people.
そしてそれは
And those can be
主観によって
twisted by
歪められ
opinions and
いくらで
changed
も姿を変える
indefinitely.
真実ってものは
Is
そん
truth
なにも不定形で
really
あや
that
ふやなものなの
unfixed and vague?
そうね
That's right.
真実は不定期
Truth is unfixed. Fixed.
粒子のようであり波のようでもあ
It can be like
り
a
相反
particle
する形状
or
が
a
同時に
wave. It can hold conflicting forms at the same time.
箱の中の猫
You
は
are free to
生きて
believe
い
that
ると思う
that the
が
cat
死んでいると思うが自由
they're bringing out children to scat.
でも真実はとても繊細それは観測されただけで姿を変えてしまう
You are free to believe that the cat in the box is alive or dead. But the truth is very delicate. It can change its appearance by just being observed.
シュレディンガーの猫箱とかいう話？
You're talking about stuff like Schrödinger's cat box.
寝言よ。
Nonsense.
箱を開ければ真実はわかる。
If you open the box, you'll learn the truth.
開ける前の議論なんて。
Discussion about what happens before you open it is just an armchair theory.
そうね。
That's right.
にもかかわらず、その空論を開けられない箱の中身についてのあらゆる想像は否定不能。つまりは真実ということ。
And yet, in order to deny that abstract theory, you need to open the box. It is impossible to negate any idea about the contents of a box that cannot be opened. This is what truth is.
真実は否定されない限り
As long as
その
truth
形状
can't
を
be
維持
denied,
する。
it keeps its form.
そう。
That's right.
真実は観測されない限りその形状を維持する。
As long as truth isn't observed, it keeps its form.
つまり
In other words,
暴けなきゃどんな妄
if
言
it
も
isn't
真実であり
exposed,
得るわけ
my
だ。
reckless statement can suffice as truth.
ええ。無限の想像はそれらが互いに矛盾していたとしても
Even
否
if
定され
they
ず同時に
contradict
真
each
実
other,
として存在できる。
endless ideas can exist as truth at the same time without being negated.
家族みんなが六軒島の魔女に
So,
囚われて
even something as
永
screwed
遠
up
に
as
12
my
年前に
family
閉じ込
being
められていると
captured
いうめ
by
ち
the
ゃくちゃな
Rokujima
話
witch
すら
and shut up for 12 years ago for all eternity
12年前に何があった
can
かわ
exist
から
as
ない限
truth
り
as long as we don't know what happened 12 years ago.
ベアトリーチェという魔女は12年前の六軒島に無限の想像の余地をこじ開け
This witch
そ
called
こを猫箱
Beatrice
として全てを飲み込んだ。
forcefully made room for endless imaginations in the Rokujima 12 years ago, enveloping all of it inside a cat box.
開かれぬ箱の中の全ては真実。
Everything inside the unopened box is truth. That's right. We don't know what happened on that island, so it becomes endless.
閉まったままならね。
That's assuming no one opens it up.
私がこじ開
I
けれ
just
ば
have
いいだ
to
けの
wrench
話。
it open.
でも
But
その箱は
that
12
box
年
is
前に閉じ
closed
ら
up
れ、ど
12
こに
years
ある
ago,
のかもわからない。
and I don't even know where it is.
仮に六軒島に訪れたとし
Even
て
I
も
visit Rokunojima.
私はあれはて
Just
た
what
島
can I
で
learn
12
about what
年前に
happened
何を
12
知る
years
こと
ago
ができるというの？
on that desolated island?
さあ、
Who knows?
何を知ることができるのかし
I wonder what you could learn.
ら。いずれにせよそれは1998年という12年後の未来を自由に闊歩できる。
This is something that can only be done by the person who's able to walk around freely in the world of 1998, 12 years in the future.
最後の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェにしかできないこと
The final witch, Angie Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェのゲーム版は
Beatrice
1980年
game board
10
lasts
月
2
4
days,
日から5日の2日
from October 4th, 1986 to the 5th.
つまりそれはあなたが彼女の
In
ゲー
other
ム
words,
版の外へ
you're
自
at
在に動け
peace.
る駒だとい
You
う
move freely outside her game board.
そしてベアトリーチェですら
And
このゲーム
even
版を超えた
Beatrice
未来へは関心
cannot influence this future that lies outside the game board.
そうやって言われると私って
If you
かな
say
り
it
優
like
秀で
that,
ずるい駒だわ。
it sounds like I'm pretty overpowered piece.
あなたが身を置く12年後という
The
未来
future of 12
確かに
years
遠い
later, in which you are placed, certainly is distant.
しかし駒は未来に位置すれば位置するほど
The future,
強い
the
力を
further
持
a
つ
piece is placed in the future, the stronger power it holds.
言ったでしょ
I told you, didn't I?
真実は観測されると姿を変えると
The truth changes its appearance when it's observed.
そういえばこんな
Come to
話
think
を
of
聞い
it,
たことがあるわ。
I've heard something like that once.
ある日突然
Even if one
ケンタウ
day,
ルス座の
all of
恒
a
星
sudden,
が
a
爆発
star
して
in the
しまっても
constellation Centaurus were to explode,
その爆発の光が地球に届く
the
には
light from that explosion
4.4光年
would
だ
have
か
to
ら
cross
4年半の月日が必要になる
4.4 light years. So it would take it 4.5 years to reach the Earth.
そうね
That's right.
つまりケンタウルス
In
の
other
太陽が
words,
すでになくなっている
Even
と
if the
して
sun in Centaurus had already
4 年
died,
半の間その
People on
事実を
Earth
知覚できない
won't be able to perceive that fact for 4.5 years.
光より早く知覚する手段
Because
は
no method of
存在しない
perception
ので
exists that is faster than the speed of light. When we learned that the sun in Centaurus had exploded, we Earth people will paint over our history of 4.5 years ago with a new truth. We will revise history with a new fact that exploded 4.5 years ago. However, for the 4.5 years period until we learn that, despite the fact that it already died, the mistaken truth that the sun in Centaurus still exists will be able to exist as truth. The truth of the future wins against the truth of the past.
そうよ
That's right.
もともと
By
六軒
itself,
島の事故は
the Rokkenjima accident gave rise to nothing but
エヴァおばさんと
suspicion
後ろ
of
め
a
たな財
conspiracy
産をめぐる
involving
陰
Aunt
謀疑惑で
Ava
しかなかっ
and the Ushimiya family assets.
たしかしそれが
But
今
later
後
on,
オカルトによって
it
脚
was
色され
dramatized and linked
陰
to the
謀は
occult,
魔女伝説と
and
し
the
て塗り替
conspiracy
えら
was
れる
painted over by the legend of the witch. Sorry, I need a drink. Even though it was clamored over as a conspiracy at the time of the crime, later on, strange occult theories, which claimed that it was the work of the witch, ran rampant and began to paint over the truth of October 5th, 1986. The conspiracy theories will probably be forgotten over time. Will they though? Will they? Only the more bizarre, impressive witch theory will continue to remain at suspicion, eventually covering up the conspiracies.
そう
That's right.
恒星爆発の光
The
が
false
地
truth
球に
that
届くまでの
exists
間の
before the
影の
light
真実
from
が
an exploding
陰
star
謀説
reaches
という
Earth
人間説だったか
is
ら
almost like the conspiracy theory, which is a human theory.
数年後に漂着した
The
手
Hawaiian
紙
bottle
入り
with a
のワイン
letter
ボト
in
ル
it that
メッ
drifted
セージボ
ashore
トルが
several years
それを
later,
オカルト説という
the message
魔女
bottle
説に遡って
painted
塗り替え
over
始め
that
た
theory and made things return to the occult theory, which is a witch theory. Yeah, in case anyone's here, do you remember from episode 1, which was probably a long time ago, that at the end of episode 1, there was a message in a bottle that landed on the shore sometime after the incident. And it basically explained everything that happened in the Legend of the Golden Witch, signed by Maria.
そうよ
That's right.
魔女なんて
A witch
1986年
didn't
の時点で
exist
は存
during
在しなかった
1986.
その数年
The
後に
witch took
Message
control of
bottle
Rokkenjima because she
私
was
たち未来の
observed
人
several
間に
years
観
later
測されたから
by us
魔
humans
女が六軒島
of
を
the
支配し
future thanks to the message bottle.
少し修正が必要よ
A small revision is necessary. The
1986
witch
年の
could
時
have
点
existed even during
で魔女は存在で
1986
きた無限に存在でき
as
る
one of the many
あまたの
endless
可能性
possibilities
の
that
中
can
の一つと
exist.
してね確かに
Certainly,
観測されたら消
she
えてし
didn't
まう
appear if she
猫
were
箱の中に
observed,
縮こまってね
so she curls up inside the cat box.
だからメッセージボトルは悪質な
That's
の
what makes the message bottle so nasty.
魔女は箱の
The
外に
witch
出よ
tried
う
to
と
get
した
out of the box.
自らを観測
She
さ
made
せ
it so
て
that she
魔
would
女
be
説以外の
observed
可能性
weeding
を
out
淘汰した
possibilities that conflicted with the witch theory.
つまり自
In,
らを
or,
否定できない
in
と
other words, in,
魔女説以外の
to make
全
it
ての可能
impossible
性
to
を否
negate
定した
her,
ということ
she negated all possibilities other than the witch theory.
なんてこと
What the hell?
つまりベアトリーチェは悪魔の
So
証
in other
明を
words,
正攻法で成し遂げたのよ
Beatrice satisfied the devil's proof with a frontal attack,
そしてそれは初めから魔
and
女の計
that
画
was
に
part
組
of
み
the
込まれ
witch's
ていた
plan from the beginning. Yep. You gotta say it right there. Beatrice gonna certified herself into the into like everybody A lot of people can believe that was probably the witch. It was the witch. It was the witch. It was the witch. Beatrice can exist more easily. And also, it creates other countless theories, aka countless worlds and fragments.
メッセージボトルは
The message bottle
1986
is
年
information
未来に
observed in
観
the
測される情
future
報で
after 1986.
ベアトリーチェにも
It cannot be observed by Beatrice or Battler.
エンジェ・ベアト
It
リー
can
チェ
only
に
be observed by Angie Beatrice.
本当はメッセージボトルのことなんて調べたく
I
なかっ
really
た。
didn't want to investigate the message bottle.
だってそれを読むこ
After
と
all,
は魔女の言
reading
い
that
分
would
を
be
聞
like
くのに同
listening
じ。
to the witch says.
魔女説なんて
I
妄
thought
言
the
を無
witch
視してい
theory
る
was
私
just
には
a crazy
時
fantasy,
間の無駄でしかないと思
so
う。
I thought of it as nothing more than a waste of time.
でも奥野木さんに言われたのは
Ogunaki-san told me,
片方の目だけじゃ
you can't see things in 3 dimensions with only one eye.
魔女否定の視点と同時
You
に
mean
魔女肯定
that
の視
while
点も
looking at it
必要
from
と
the
いうこと
viewpoint of denying witches, you must also look at it from the viewpoint of accepting witches.
それは正しい考え方よ。
That's a correct way of thinking.
視点の数
The numbers of viewpoints is like a denominator.
視点の数が1では分子である謎はわずかほども減らない。
If you have one viewpoint,
しかし
the
視点の
mystery
数
in
が
the
増えれば増えるほ
the
ど
numerator
謎は
doesn't
割り算
decrease
さ
in
れ
the
る。
slightest. However, the more your number of viewpoints increases, the more the mystery begins to be divided.
分かってるわ。
I understand.
事件の数年後
There was a message bottle that washed up on the neighboring island several years after that crime
それは小
that
遣い
passed
の手
into
に
the hands of a dilettante? Dilettante?
アポイントは一応取
I
っ
made
て
an appointment with him just in case. I was able to hear Aunt Ava say from Okanuki-san. Next up, the witches say. Why don't I listen? To Beatrice. Okay, we're finally going back to the witch side. I got this other drink. I got soda in one hand, got water in the other hand. Okay, so it's 12 o'clock. We've been streaming from October 4th, 1986. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours straight, which is cool, but I may need to go sleep early or some. I don't know. I technically should go sleep early because I had to have a doctor's appointment in the morning. But there's also still more things I want to do. So I think I'll stop here, give my voice a rest. And I'm not sure when we'll come back again. You know what? I might just do one tomorrow. I kind of want to do one tomorrow. I'm not sure though. Let's look at our group. Are we missing somebody? Oh yeah, Beatrice normally shows up there. Everybody's stuff looks the same. I want to look at Maria real quick. Rose's daughter. Her father's identity is unknown. She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things considering the occult and black magic. Thanks to her excellent power in memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia. Ushimiya Maria, a little magician who has inherited the black blood from Kinzo. Unlike Kinzo, who was gifted with talent and began to tread the path to the magician from a young age. However, her power is still weak, and she hasn't yet graduated from an apprentice level. However, she is skilled with enchantments, which bestow magical power upon objects, and the magical items she creates are all master class. Okay, that's great! That's great, that's great, that's great, that's great. So it's a little different. This more talks about her witch persona, while the other one talks about her on the game board and her outside the game board. Angie. Why is Angie's name always in capital lock? Angie. The endless witch who will live for 1,000 years in the future. Or perhaps she's a hunter of witches who will fell them all. Witches cannot be felled if they are not understood. Witches cannot be felled even if they are understood. To understand witches, and yet deny them. Only this contradictory power gives her the blade with which to fell witches. Alright. And just because I want to. Lady Lambda Delta, much certainty, who has lived for 1,000 years. She thinks of Beatrice's game as a bird cage enclosing Burning Castle. Her goal is an eternal town. She allies with Beatrice as the general rule, but she'll support Battler when it looks like he's about to resign. Then, when it looks like Beatrice is about to be cornered, she'll start supporting the witch again. The willpower of certainty is far stronger than the endless, which just repeats over and over idly. Oh, this is actually different from last time. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years. To defeat Beatrice in her game, she threw in a piece called Angie. The Voyager witches who cross the Sea of Fragments are beings far superior to the witches who cannot leave their own territories. While they may be on even footing inside this territory, her true magical power far surpasses that of Beatrice. What is thought of those witches who repeatedly voyage in an attempt to escape boredom? I think even Beatrice thinks a little different. The endless witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She is known for exceptionally cruel and even among witches. She loves bullying the weak and is capable of using trial and error endlessly to find the cruelest fate they can possibly be given. And she toys with her victims even further by piling up one another. This witch is extremely powerful, but word has it that she sometimes becomes obsessed with creating certain patterns. So that means so that her means end up becoming her goal. Any tips? No tips. Okay, let's save this. Alright, chat. We're gonna go now. I'm not sure we're gonna do a stream tomorrow. If I do, it might be this. Just so I don't have to do a lot of something, I don't know. But I do want to try to do the finish me side. I have the game on the computer, so it's never finished it. Although I might try to finish me side sometime, maybe this week or next week. We can do that like maybe 1 or 2 times. I'm not sure. I think I'll try to start Seconia next month. So try to get a little bit more of this done this month. And I think Seconia will also be on YouTube because we're starting that fresh, so that'll be fine, I think. I don't really have much else to say, no updates, so bye bye. I'll see y'all later. Have a good night, or evening, or morning, wherever you may be in the world. And make sure you pray to your witch, or you'll, I don't know, die in an endless time loop. Alright, bye bye.